Now, Kanto 4 is going to be interesting. I really hope we can get. Honestly, I'd love to get both Eucharist and Beckett for next week. That'd just be freaking phenomenal. It'd make it run a lot longer, but we get a lot of like extra commentary from like multiple perspectives, like Anglican, Protestant, Catholic. We're going to get into the Greek mythology aspects and visions. Like it's gonna be fun. Um, like to say the least. And have you been brushing up on your Homeric Greek? I know Dante never read it, but I'm sure there's going to be some references that could come up for next week that could be beneficial for the Odyssey.
Yeah, well, no, I don't. Homeric Greek is actually rather hard to read, but it's fine. I can do like trilinear editions. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, it will. I mean, if we want to point out the ways in which Dante gets the myths wrong, then going to Homer would be a good way to illustrate that. But
Well, more just
probably,
like some of the imagery would also help.
but I'm more interested in what Dante means when he says something, which means it's probably more important to understand Virgil than Homer.
Yeah, we could do that part too. I was more just saying, just because there's going to be certain things that he references that, even though he never read Homer, are going to be universal between Homer and I was just saying it'd be another discipline we could bring into it. Is all because we're already going to be bringing in Virgil constantly. That was all.
Right.
Kind of like we just had Despy bring in Shintoism and Buddhism into the concept of the rising and lowering of the people in the river Styx. I forget,
Yeah.
does he not ever name it Styx? I'm fucking blanking on this.
Does who name
Dante.
the?
I don't think he actually ever
Oh.
names the river. I think he just calls it the river. I'd have to look again, but I don't think he actually uses STYX.
I think he does in Inferno 8.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, or actually no, Canto 7 he uses it. A marsh it makes which has the name of Styx.
Okay, so he calls it a marsh, not the river. And see, that's my point. Like he never calls the river Styx. He's talking about the Stygian marsh as Styx. Is that something that Virgil made the mistake on, Rich?
I doubt if it was a mistake. I think he's just adapting it to. I mean, it could be that part of it is a river and part of it is a marsh.
Well, okay. Later on in Canto 14, he says, "From rock to rock they fall into this valley. Acheron, Styx, and Phlegethon they form, then downward go along this narrow sluice."
Okay, so he does. Okay, that's my mistake then, because I was focusing on the Phlegethon because that's talking about the convergence of the Phlegethon and the Styx.
Yeah.
Which means river, for anybody who's watching who isn't familiar with the Greek myth, the river Phlegethon is the river of fire. And it is quite literally the only source that you can drink from in Tartarus that will quench your thirst. So you have to drink fire to quench your thirst. Interesting little fun thing of the mythology.
Maybe the fire purifies the water.
No, it's not water. The river is pure fire. It's not burning water. That's that in the myth. It is literally you scoop up handfuls of fire and drink it. It's the juxtaposition of in Tartarus everything's reversed. It still burns you. It still hurts like hell. But in the adaptation.
Well, hold on. But in Dante, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Like, I know Plato describes it as a stream of fire, but for Dante, it's a river of blood that boils souls.
Yes, I'm not arguing that. I was talking about the Greek myth. The Phlegethon is the river of fire in the traditional myth. Dante, we get into as we talk about, he changes a lot of things because he's never read the ancient Greeks in this way. He's reading Virgil, who is also reading a lot of this secondhand. Yes, Virgil was raised as a Hellenistic pagan, but in the lateral part of that religion's time frame in existence, and none of the ancient writings at his disposal, readily available at his disposal. So like that.
Yeah, he didn't read Greek, so he only would have known whatever fragments of Plato that made it into Latin.
Yeah, and that's my point. So it's like we're dealing with a secondhand account, which is why Virgil and Dante both make mistakes. And I was just bringing up the actual mythology of it. And where he's talking about it boiling the souls, in the Greek mythos, the fire doesn't burn your soul. It burns your body. What it does do, though, is it allows you to basically survive it's not so much quenching your thirst, although it does do that. It is also purifying you for the way to come, because if you do not drink from the river of Phlegethon and you pass into the valley of ash, you will never leave the valley of ash. So it is a twofold meaning, because you must do this to proceed, and it is the only way to quench your thirst, which, if you have traversed up to this point in hell, you have basically taken days and had not a drop to drink, and even though you are dead, you still have mortal impulses that take a long time to pass in the afterlife. So you feel like you're dying of thirst by the time you get to the Phlegethon. In the mythology, probably by design, honestly. As we talk about how the mythology was created over time, it was probably by design that this was described this way. But. So with Dante, boiling souls, it'd be essentially the same thing, boiling the souls to pass through the next area, because they could progress up to the highest highest circle of hell, if not potentially even into purgatory to go further. Or is that incorrect by your estimation, Rich?
I mean, I don't know enough about what fragments he had access to know whether or not he's misinterpreting Phlegethon, or if he's just...
Well, I was just saying the way he describes it as boiling them as they pass through. Wouldn't he just be describing the same kind of purification to the next circle of hell, just in his way?
Yeah, and also we're talking about the first circle, right? So yeah. We're going to eventually get to... Lust is associated with the burning. So there's some association there.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's this is just his interpretation of it, but he's essentially saying the same thing, that this is prepping you for the next area. That was all I was getting at. And his is just different visualizations.
And typically, Dante apparently was a big fan of Aristotle, so he's going to defend Aristotle and attack Plato. Interesting.
I mean, as we pointed out, I kind of split the difference between Plato and Platonic and Aristotelian logic on that, because both have their value, but the true progress of humanity has always been when using both.
Yeah, that's not going to be Dante's argument, I don't think.
Oh, hell no, it's not. And if I remember correctly, you're far more Platonic than Aristotelian.
No, I'm more Aristotelian.
Okay. Who was it that we were talking to? Was it Eucharist that's more Platonic? It was one of the people we had on the first couple of weeks that said that they were more Platonic when we brought this up the first time.
I mean, a lot of Christians prefer Plato to Aristotle for obvious reasons, but especially the
Christian.
Yeah, but Dante, no, I like the idea of like deriving truth from the evidence around you, which is really what Aristotle's talking about, rather than receiving some, um, perfect form from the imagination that you then try to apply to the real world.
Well, and like I said, for me, with the progress of human history, it's always been the combination of both. The combination of the pragmatism meeting the idealism to create a synthesis of actual progress.
Yeah, I
And
just
pure pragmatism leads to all kinds of horrible outcomes too.
Well, I don't think Aristotle was a pure pragmatist. I think he just understood that our concept of the forms derives from our experience and logic. So, whereas with Plato, the forms, exist prior to us, and we just discover them and then implement them in the world. So
I'm
that
just
means there's a perfect version of everything in the heavens that we're just sort of imperfectly imitating. And for Aristotle, he just eliminates that step entirely. He just says that no, like we start to create things and whatever.
well, but when we are talking about Aristotelian versus Platonic logic, they're marked as antithesis to each other for the comparison because they are approaching differently. So when you go to the extreme of Aristotelian logic, you get pure pragmatism, which is wrong. When you go to the extreme of Platonic
I'm not
logic,
sure that
you go to
Aristotle like.
you get to pure idealism.
Yeah, but I think that Aristotle maybe is somewhere in between those two positions that you're
Agreed.
describing.
Yeah,
Begin with.
Aristotle himself would be the extreme of his logic would be that. Is my point. Neither Plato nor Aristotle fit the extreme of either of their logics. I'm just talking about the
I mean, I
extrapolation
get the
from it.
impression that Aristotle found the Platonic explanation of the forms to be insufficient,
I agree.
which is why he doesn't go there. So I think he would say that no, Plato is that extreme. Like Plato is a Platonist, but Aristotle, you know, he he certainly thinks the forms are useful. He just doesn't think that you start with the forms. He basically thinks that you develop the forms by virtue of your experience in the world and sort of enveloping them into,
But is
and the forms will change
Aristotle's
as a result.
opinion on Plato important, or should we evaluate it as like contextually, like comparative? Because like if we remove Aristotle's opinion, they neither one was the extreme. Because Plato, while he admitted that these perfect solids were, or these perfect forms were there, he also admitted the limitations that they're in. So it was like he
Did
wasn't
he?
as a, he advocated for attempting to reach for it, not that it was there. Like, is that not the middle ground of his version of this as well, compared to?
I'm just not familiar with him ever like making those caveats. He
I don't
always
think it
seems
was.
to
Go ahead.
he always seems to describe the forms as eternal and pre-existing and perfect.
That we should
Uh,
aspire to, not that we can necessarily
that we should
attain
attempt to understand. Like we don't
Yeah,
always understand the forms, but the
yeah,
forms are there and are perfect. And so like if
yeah.
we're gonna make a chair, then the concept of chairness is already pre-existed us and is perfect, and we're just participating in the form. Right? Aristotle isn't willing to go there.
I didn't say Aristotle was. I'm just saying that Aristotle's opinion of Plato being the extreme of Platonism, we have seen more extreme versions of Platonism. We now, with the context of history, can understand no, Plato was the middle ground of his logic, just like Aristotle was the middle ground of his.
Yeah, I would have to see some evidence of that. I'm not convinced. It doesn't mean that it's not possible. But I haven't seen evidence of it. Put it
Well,
that way.
because like I said, it's aspire to, not. He never claims they are truly attainable.
Yeah, but attainable. That's not what matters. What matters is that they're there, that they exist in a perfect form. Like we might fail to see them, but they're there.
And I
perfectly.
And to a point, he is right because within a certain object there is a certain quantum fluctuation, he wouldn't have understood this. So it's like, again, depending on if you include the expansive history and all the other stuff we've learned, rather than looking at the two in a vacuum, or looking at their opinions on on the other, like you end up getting to see that they are the middle ground of each other, and there's a middle ground between them, and there's extremes that neither one ever dreamed possible.
I mean, again, I'd have to know. I would have to hear more specifics about that, like because I've never read anything in Plato that implies that the forms are anything other but real and existing, and they are imperfect. But
I never. This is not what I'm arguing. But the fact that he considers them unattainable would also mean he is not saying that this is something that we
I'm
can
not even
truly.
certain that he. I'd like to see where he says they're unattainable as well.
Okay, we'll get into that.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that he did, but I'd like to read the original.
And perhaps maybe with original context you'll even change my mind on it. But the way I always read it was this was what was to aspire to. You aspire to a perfection that you will never get there. It is to
Well, you do aspire.
Essentially,
but I don't know.
Well, hold on, let me finish because I'm almost done. The way I interpreted it in a singular slogan was Platonism was always attempt to be better tomorrow or today than you were yesterday. Was the way I viewed it. Always aspire to the perfection, even if you never get there.
Yeah, but the you will never attain it part that I'm not certain about.
And like I said, maybe I'm misinterpreting it myself. I can admit that. But like that's the way I always read Plato, is that it's aspire to, not necessarily attain. Because while they may exist, humans are not perfect. So on and so forth. And I think that was something that Plato definitely admitted when you go through the entirety of his writings. And with the imperfection of the enactor of the action, it would therefore lead to an imperfect result of that action. Because I also always read Plato as the originator of the concept of garbage in, garbage out. That should make Ancom laugh a little bit.
No, it doesn't. Unfortunately, I'm just not familiar enough with the Platonic and Aristotelian philosophies to say much of anything here. And I always feel like people argue about Plato versus Aristotle so much, but they never bring up Socrates, and I don't know why.
Because Socrates, in a literary sense, is Plato, right? Because the Socrates that we know is just the Platonic character of Socrates. So although we do have two other versions of Socrates to help us sort of construct a rough idea of the historical Socrates, because we have Aristophanes' version as well, and we have Xenophon's version. But the Plato that the Socrates we usually think of is the Socrates of Plato. And so often when Socrates says something, if you refer to that argument, you'll call that Plato's argument. You won't call that Socrates' argument necessarily. Because it's Plato that puts the words in his mouth.
And
I see.
We do. It's just generally when people talk about the Socratic philosophies, they're talking about science.
That's fair.
We tend to conflate Plato and Socrates.
Also agreed on that point. I'm just saying, just generally where we hear that term used is in scientific philosophy as opposed to general world philosophy nowadays. That's why you generally hear the argue between Platonic and Aristotelian as opposed to Platonic versus Aristotelian versus Socratic.
Yeah.
It's been kind of relegated to that portion of philosophy. And I can't even say that it's appropriate that they did so. It just is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, honestly, I don't know enough about, like, the philosophy of science in modern day, because, like, to me that's just silly. Science is, in and of itself, philosophy. Like, philosophy of science just seems like meta and a little too meta for my taste. Like it just never
Fair.
made much sense. So like I don't understand it well enough to even understand if they're doing the right thing by doing this.
But I mean, to put it in like modern terms, Ancom, like the forms are essentially today we would just say theory. The forms are like it's the difference between math and science,
Or ideal
Yeah.
set
right?
theories.
Yeah, or even math and science. If you wanted to like have three poles, it would be math and science and engineering. So like one
Hmm.
plus one is two. That's a form, and
Yes.
that's theory. But and you understand the difference between theory and application, right?
Yes. Hmm.
That's all the forms really are.
Yep.
Is it's the theoretical existence of any given thing. It's just that for Plato, theory is another realm.
Yeah, the
Uh,
Okay,
abstract is
yeah,
another
this,
dimension. Like
yeah,
if we were to put this
this
into modern
sounds,
terms, extrapolated
no,
back,
no,
this would be the first fourth dimension.
yeah. So like, there is an idea in like the philosophy of math that like, is there some object that uh that has the intrinsic property of oneness or two-ness or threeness,
right.
right? The idea that are these numbers simply abstractions, or is there some fundamental portion of the universe that embodies these? And so that's a bit what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Like if you were to build a chair and then you were to build another chair, those two chairs might look different, right? But they both participate in the form of chairness. And there's an ideal perfect chair out there,
I
according to
always hate
Plato.
when we use the chair argument because you have to say
Yeah, but that's
chairness. No, it's just because you end up having to say the word chairness a lot.
yes, that's exactly it, right? Or you can
Tableness.
or you have the concept of a sphere, right? Like you have soccer balls, you have tennis balls, you have all kinds of things that are roughly shaped like a sphere, right? But none of them are perfect spheres. They just participate in the form of a sphere. But the perfect sphere, that theoretical sphere that we describe mathematically when we describe a sphere, that's a form. And everything else is just something that participates in the
I
form
wonder
of
what
it.
Plato would have done if Giotto and him had met. You don't know this.
Um,
Okay, when
I think he would have said, "I don't understand your language. Speak Greek."
well, but it's also when they came to Giotto for proof of his worth as an artist, he drew a perfect circle freehand. So
Right.
like the idea of like handing Plato a perfect circle drawn freehand, the idea, like I just wonder what Plato would do to that.
Well, I mean, I think he would say something is more virtuous the closer to the form that it gets. So, and of course, we all know that even that perfect circle wasn't a perfect circle. Um, uh, so but Plato would probably say this is the best circle I've ever seen. It participates
In
more
the
perfectly
loveness
in
of
the form of a
circleness.
circle than other people's attempts. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
that's my point.
I'm sure you would be. Yeah.
It'd just be wild to see, or like the perfect of a hexagon and showing them like a deep-seated coordinating crystal that always form perfect hexagons. Or what's the one that does octagons? ACOM. The
Sorry, say again.
there's a deep core crystal that always form perfect octagons in their formation. I can't remember the name. Either way, or bismuth crystals, which operate on a fractal pattern, always perfectly fractally.
Yep.
Like it'd just be amazing to see what. Like this is why, like as we talk about it, it's like we could give all of our interpretations and our extrapolations of this and our extra layers from other people into it, but like really sometimes I really wonder. We had a universal translator, we had a time machine. We go back, we grab Plato, we come forward, and we show him a perfect circle in a computer simulation, or a perfect sphere in a computer simulation. Like, would he change his mind? would we have an entirely different Platonic philosophy if he had been shown no perfection is attainable in certain spheres of influence? Like it'd be interesting to see like would he maintain his philosophy still? I mean, or would I mean?
Well, I
obviously,
mean
no matter what it
that
would
would be
deepen. Well, no matter what it would deepen, but would it
well
deepen in the
that
same
would
way?
depend on his understanding of what a simulation is, right? Because like the fact that we can create a mathematically perfect circle within a simulation, I don't know if that would necessarily touch his philosophy in a significant way, because I mean, he could just say, what is a simulation but a more advanced shadow?
That's what I'm saying. We don't know. That's why it's curious.
Yeah.
I wonder, would it just deepen his understanding and therefore his extrapolation of the Platonic theory as we already understand it, and therefore we would end up potentially even coming to the same conclusions later philosophers did using the Platonic theories, or would he fully change his mind and go fuck Aristotle was right? Like, or would it be something totally different? Like, it's just kind of curious to look at because um, we are talking about potentially some of the greatest thinkers of their time. At least the ones that hit the history books. There may have been greater, but we never fucking heard. But at least potentially the greatest thinkers of their time. Like, imagine handing Da Vinci a fucking computer and teaching him how to use it. What would he be able to do? Would he actually be more primitive and unable to even complete what most like average people in the modern time could do? Or would this new tool be like essentially, handing a scalpel to a surgeon?
I think probably more the latter.
I don't know, man. Like, it's hard to tell because like teaching him how to use the computer doesn't teach him every bit of science we learned along the way. So I'm giving him this great tool, but does that mean he's going to use it correctly?
Well, he would need to play catch up. But I think that his brain was capacious enough to do that catch up pretty quickly. I mean, it would depend on what age you gave it to him, right? But if you give it to him at, I don't know, let's say we tend to peak at between 26 and 35. You give it to him in that time period, yeah. I mean, I think he'd catch on pretty fast.
Yeah, maybe.
Give it to him, but I don't know how late he lived, but give it to him towards the end of his life, and maybe not so much.
Well, see, I always find that problematic because this is averages we're talking about here when you start talking about it. Whereas I know people in later ages who pick shit up quicker. So like, what we don't even know like where he was. Was he one of those people that was a virtuoso until like 30 and then just coasted and never really got better? Because that's something that happens. We've seen this with many composers back in the classical period that were virtuosos through their teen years and into their early 20s and then never progressed further.
Right, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
But then
older
we
he
had
gets,
composers who sucked until their 40s and then created masterpieces before they died in their 50s. So like,
right, but we don't know how much of that is coasting, right? Like, they've developed their skills in their early years, so they're learning new things in their early years. And it could be that just enough skill and knowledge has accumulated to where now they can produce things without necessarily learning much new, because they've already developed so much knowledge. You take somebody who's a master at language, for instance, and then let's say they're my age, and then you drop them into a new language that they've never experienced before. They pick up that language at a much slower rate than when they were younger, even if they're
on average,
on
average, you're right, and that's what. But we aren't talking about people in the averages, and that's what I mean. Like, it'd be interesting to see because we are talking about.
I'm just saying, take away the advantages of schemata, right? Schemata is prior learning that provides the context for you to put out really good effort. But if you're learning a new field where the schemata that you have now is not relevant, so you have to kind of start from square one again, that's the measure, right? So if you don't have like the schemata necessary for that thing, and you have to like, that's why I talked about put it in the context of learning a new language, especially if it's a language with very different grammatical structures than the one that you know. Um, you, your ability to learn is going to slow down as you age. Now, maybe it slows down less for some people than it does for other people. That's certainly
Or some people not at all.
possible.
And that's my point. At least on certain things. Because the other thing is while you're right about the schemata, what I'm trying to point out is we may, in modern times, have certain misconceptions that they would not learn in the process of reapplying this new, like, hyper advanced tool that they now have access to where they may come up with something entirely new and revolutionary to us, even though they're in their 60s. Like, that's kind of my point, is like, I've always hated, you know how I feel about blanket statements. And this is doubly true about human nature, because humans operate on a spectrum of variance. And there are certain humans who, as they age, they don't lose abilities in the same way. They lose a shit ton of physical abilities, like they get older, their joints and all that shit's go. But their mental acuity just never stops going up. Like Stephen Hawking was one of them, for example.
Yeah, again, I would have to see something that accounts for schemata to believe that.
But now you're talking about something that's not quantifiable, and that's my. But
Well, it is quantifiable. No, it is quantifiable. You can give somebody uh, like calculations that they have to do, and like measure the speed of those calculations, and you just have to make sure it's something that they don't have, like, haven't already gone through the learning on.
okay, well, we
And
couldn't do this for
or,
Hawking
well,
because
that's why I did
we had
dropping like learning a language.
no, okay, okay. Going by that metric, okay, we could do it, but we cannot do it with anybody who is already dead. Like we can't go back and retroactively apply this method.
No, I'm just saying you can take geniuses,
No,
and you can give
I'm agreeing.
these tests at different ages, and they tend to slow down, or they don't slow down very much, which I think is closer to the phenomenon you're talking about, where they're a genius at 30 and they're almost as much of a genius at 50, right? But even then, they tend to slow down at least a
Okay,
little.
if we're going by that, Stephen Hawking took an IQ test in his 20s, and then a few years before he died, and he was 30 points higher. If
Right,
we're
but
going
those
by
IQ tests are susceptible to the learning effect.
yeah, I'm just saying.
Schemata is a fact,
But I'm just going by what we have available for him, just to give a concept.
but there are
I don't know if 30
kinds.
points would account for that margin of error. I think that's a little
Yeah,
high outside the range.
there are kinds of IQ tests that account for schemata, that take learning out of it. That no matter how much you learn, you can't game the system and get a better score. But the practice effect is strong in most IQ tests, where if you take it over and over again, your score will improve.
I
And
have the
that's
sneaky
most.
suspicion somebody like Hawking isn't going to take the ones that you can scam, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know what test he took, but that's I was just going based on that. But even accounting for error, like a 30-point margin income statistically, like I'm doing that math in my head that I can't come up with an error margin of 30% or 30 points on 140. I just can't.
Well, sorry, say that.
One test he took in his 20s listed him in the
Yeah.
140s, later in his 170s. And I can't account for that much being just a margin for error. Like I can't come up with
No, because that's beyond that goes beyond a standard deviation.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't come up with anything that would make the deviation that large, and that's what I'm. So like,
Yeah.
this is why I'm just saying, like, based on what I have, at least with Hawkins, I feel confident in saying that he would be a modern example. Herodotus would be one of my ancient examples of this because some of his work in later life was on subjects that had nothing to do with previous subjects and were revolutionary compared to his earlier work. So, like, again, bad metric because of the fact that we can't do it in real time, but I think that there are some humans that they just start losing the physical abilities, but they never lose the mental. For whatever reason, be it genetic or constant use and that leads to lack of atrophy or whatever the fuck it is. Good diet, fucking who knows. That's all I was trying to get at. Is because it does seem to happen occasionally, and it seems like humans, this seems to be a variation that we do have, is that there are certain people who just never stop progressing.
Yeah, like I think that level of constant improvement is exceedingly rare, but it does seem to happen.
Once in several generations. Yeah, I'm not sitting here going like, oh, it's super common, but the fact that it, like, that's what I mean. It'd be fascinating to maybe take one of those people like Herodotus. I think Da Vinci might be another one of them, because again, his work just kept getting more revolutionary as he went on. Now that one could be Schemata, frankly, since he's stuck pretty much within the same fields overall when you look at the cross-disciplinary approaches.
But could you remember man, person, woman, camera, TV?
Probably not, because
that's the test of a true genius.
I mean, if we're going by that metric, no, he's fucked because he'd have to try and learn English first.
Oh, I'm sure Da Vinci could pull it off.
If not, if so, he'd still have one hell of an accent. Sorry.
I wonder if he did. I mean, English existed at the time. I wonder if he had an opportunity to learn that language.
You know, I didn't think of that. He would have had the opportunity. Let me rephrase that. He definitely would have had the opportunity. Did he ever take said opportunity? Because where he lived, there definitely would have been English, like traders and all that shit constantly.
So apparently, obviously his native language was Italian.
And I think
he also knew
Italian,
Latin.
Wasn't it?
He knew Greek. And he knew French. French would have been the closest to English, I think.
At the time, yeah.
Of those four languages.
But
no, it doesn't say that he. It doesn't say that he knew English, but
yeah, maybe he knew a few words, but he wasn't fluent.
His interest. Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking where he lived in Italy, there was constant English, French, and Dutch traders. Like, he would have had access to the language, whether he learned it or not was unknown to me until he just read all that off.
Right, and the British had a good navy, so
Well, and they were some of the best merchants on the planet at this particular point in history.
A nation of shopkeepers, as Napoleon liked to say.
Napoleon was a little bit wrong on that, because if that's a nation of shopkeepers, I'd hate to see what their version of a nation of warriors looks like, just saying.
Well, they were a nation of shopkeepers. It's just they were not only a nation of shopkeepers.
I know. I just always, because to me that was an expression he used to belittle the English, and he was trying to say that's all they were.
He meant it. He meant it.
Go ahead.
That way.
Yeah, and because he meant it that way, like it just, I'm gonna disagree, because if that's a nation of shopkeepers, buddy, like, you had this little island nation fight you to a standstill for how fucking long?
Yeah.
Like, I forget the exact number of years, but it was a lot.
That was the game I played the most back when on my board game days, Empires and Arms, and the British. It was amazing what they could do.
Did you ever find the digital version? Because I'd love to fucking play it. We just did
I can send you the link. Yeah.
Yeah, because like Ancom would probably be game for it too. He's autistic enough to want to play a game that takes that long.
Yep. Hell, I've enjoyed playing. Oh shoot, I've forgotten the name of it now. It was a World War II game that, like, literally you could spend 12 hours playing this because it was gigantic.
There's a lot of
Axis and Allies. It was Axis and Allies.
I wonder if Steam has Empires and Arms. Yeah, this is like Axis and Allies, but more complicated.
Yeah, this is like
Okay.
this is like the split, the difference between this and Campaign for North Africa, which is the most complicated board game that was ever
Is
created.
Axis and Allies, that's an Avalon Hill game, right?
I don't remember.
Or is it? Well, anyway, this is Avalon Hill, and this is their highest complexity level. It generally takes about a year to play, Grand Campaign.
Jeez.
And that's if you meet once a week, like, for about 8 hours on a Sunday or something. It takes a long ass time.
Yeah.
But let me see if Steam has.
No, it was
Steam
not
has
Avalon. It was not Avalon's games. It was.
Avalon Hill.
It was. No, it was Simulation Publications designer Richard Berg. Was the publisher of the game was named Simulation Publications.
Oh, you mean Axis and Allies?
No, Campaign for North Africa.
Oh, Campaign for that.
Yeah,
no, I'm talking about Empires and Arms.
Yeah, this is the one, like Empires and Arms. I think is like third on this list. Hold on, if you go to stream, I have it up.
It's Matrix Games that has it, but I was hoping they would be able to put it on Steam, but it's not on Steam, so.
No, it actually it's not on here. Damn it. So, at least according to Wikipedia, it's not one of the monster games that are considered the most complex war games ever published.
No. What I mean is, Avalon Hill had a complexity rating for their games, and Empires and Arms is the highest complexity rating. They're not the only game with that complexity rating.
No, I know, but I thought Empires and Arms was on the list. They're not. They didn't make the top 10.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Avalon. I'm talking about the complexity rating of Avalon Hill games.
I understood you, Rich. I just looked up the other list because I thought they were there too.
Here we go. Avalon Hill complexity. See if I can find some of the other things that are.
Because, Campaign for North Africa, ANCOM, it can take well into 8 hours just to set up the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
A single turn can take days.
Yep.
And I'm not talking days of, you go play for a couple hours, you come back. I mean days of real world time of moving shit, making dice rolls. Like, it is ridiculous.
Sorry, what was the name of the game again? Empire and Avalon?
Empires and Arms.
Empires and
Oh,
Arms.
Empires and Arms. Oh, right. Okay, that's where I was. Empires and Arms, right.
Yeah, and the other one was Campaign for North Africa, which is just ridiculous. Same kind of thing. The only difference is instead of being Napoleonic War, it's Campaign for North Africa. The name kind of says it all. Honestly, Rich, if you play that, I hate to say it, because I think it's my most effective way to play. I gotta do the economic run. I gotta go full capitalist.
Well, that's just it. This is why I like playing England. And if I had a particular order in which I like to play these things. I like there are 7 countries you can play. England was my favorite. My second favorite was Turkey, and my third was Spain. And these were all countries with navies, and they're all countries where there are special economic rules that give you certain advantages. So I love to play the economic side of things.
Oh,
so if you like the economic side of things, then those are the 3 countries you should
Well, no, I'd
try.
have to, because I'd feel like such a dick.
Especially England, like England, obviously.
Well,
if you
I would just hate being the warfare guy in this, because either A, this game is going to get really, really complex really quick because I'm guessing combat gets really complicated, and it's going to stay complex the rest of the game, and it can cause more.
Actually, combat is relatively simplified compared to other aspects of the game.
Oh, okay.
But there are tactical games that you can play. We thought about doing this, but then we realized how insane it would be. But there are tactical games that you can play where the whole game is a single battle, right? And so you're moving your individual pieces and all of this, and so the whole game. So let's say it takes you, I don't know, 3 days to play this one battle. And what we thought about doing was playing Empires in Arms, which takes place over a 15-year, well, 10-year period, and which means there's 120 turns. But then every time you have a battle, you switch to the other game and you just play that battle. But if you did that, like it would take you a decade, I think, to do it. Like it would be ridiculous. There's just no way you could do it, unless you like got up and just played every day for 10 hours a day.
Yeah, the estimated playtime on your game is like 1,000 hours. The estimated playtime on Campaign for North Africa is 1,500 plus. So, yeah, no matter which one we're talking about, these are ridiculous amount of hours played.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing about what I like about Empires in Arms is you get to see a resolution. Like 10 years is a good amount of time to see what happens to the world or whatever. Whereas some of these other games are more granular because they're more at the tactical level. But this is more strategic, so you get to see more. It's the kind of thing that game that Ty plays is strategic. He's not really fighting. He's not really going into detail about winning a particular battle. That would be a tactical game.
No, because here's the thing. I love Ty to death, and I like playing a lot of the same games as he does. I don't think I could play games with him like that because he rages so much at them. I'm just like, dude, it's a video game. And he's
yeah. He's the kind of guy you probably don't want to play Risk with, right? Because he gets angry if somebody betrays him or whatever.
Well, no, I think Risk he'd be less so on because with this, I'll watch him where he'll be trying to focus on one aspect of the game in a multi-layered game like that, where he's just trying to do the military, or he's just trying to do the economy, and he just completely fucks off anything social. Or he ignores a lot of stuff because it's like, oh no, fuck that silly pansy shit. Not really thinking through grand scale of the game, and then when the game kicks him in the ass, he gets mad about it, and I love him to death. But it's like, dude, when 65%
and his solution is to change the rules of the game.
Yeah, and when I'm like, when 65% of your population says no, don't do what you're doing, and you do it anyways, and your fucking people say fuck off, get out, that's the game telling you fucked it.
Have you ever seen Survivor?
The show?
The TV show? Survivor, yeah.
I think I watched one whole season, but yeah, it wasn't really my jam.
There was one guy.
I don't know. I don't remember which season either.
Who had a particular strategy to win his season, and basically he was a villain. He did every fucking unethical thing in the book or whatever. That was his strategy, and he was so convinced that he was a superior player. But of course, the flaw in that is that at the end, people have to vote for you. And he actually played multiple seasons. And each time, he would make it to the end because he was doing all of these things. But then people would always vote against him at the end because the social element of it was so important for the game. And one time, he was being interviewed at the end, and he finally said, "I have found a flaw in the game." And the flaw in the game was, of course, the voting thing at the end, right? He didn't understand that the flaw was in his strategy. He didn't take into account the social aspect of the game because that was the thing that he sucked at. So for him, he was just well, we should change the rules then. And that kind of reminds me of Ty because he's always okay, how can I? Because you can mod the game however you want. How can I mod the game so that my strategy, will win?
Well, it's for me, I hate modding games. I utterly fucking despise doing it myself. Until I have beaten that game and know that game 6 ways from Sunday, and I have wrinkled out every level of replayability to it, I don't mod a game.
We like to mod Empires in Arms only because there's certain rules that kind of for instance, I like Russia being able to do scorched earth tactics, which is they can take all of their land and they can reduce its economic value to 0 as they retreat from it, because that's what they did historically in the game or whatever. And so we over the years we kind of added things like that.
Well, see, but that's a misnomer because that's part of historical revision. Oh, they reduced it to 0. No, they fucked a lot of shit up, but they didn't reduce it to 0. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fucking become economically prosperous within very quick succession afterwards.
No, we don't reduce it to 0 permanently in the game.
I know,
but we reduce it to 0, like for the next season of like crops and stuff or whatever.
Well,
so
yeah, well, my point would be I would reduce it. I don't know the numbers in Empire of so like I would reduce it to its lowest
it's just
value of
1 through
0.
6.
Okay, so I'd reduce it to 1 because you still got timber.
Well, it's Russia. Often 1 is what it starts at. Like a lot of they're not particularly well producing regions to begin with. So if you like burn all your crops, it's going to go from 1 to 0.
Well, for crops, but you still get like timber and stone and other shit from it. That's why I'm saying the historical revisionism on that one is slightly.
Well, we're just talking about like supplies for armies as they march forward, right? And we're trying to simulate
at this time, timber
the French
mattered.
like basically eating their horses on the way to
Yeah.
on the
So they didn't have food, but they did have timber. They did have metal. They had a lot of other stuff that they did need from these areas.
Yeah, but we're simulating literally start like they can't eat wood, right? So like that's one of the reasons why we reduced the value. Like there's no way you could just live off the land if the Russians have destroyed all the crops.
Like I said, but do those drops in your game account for things like timber and stuff like that too?
No, because those are things that are not perishable, right? So you could take wood from France and you could ship that wood all the way to Moscow if you needed to, right?
But for the generation of the drops, that's all I'm saying. Do you get stuff from your area like that?
No. Generally, we're talking about food, maybe clothing, potentially. I don't know. We just considered it food.
No,
we're talking about being able to feed the troops on their way to wherever it is they're going.
You said there's an economic side of the game. So what are you trading economically other than food?
It's basically points that you then use to purchase either men or like supply points, which represent food, like to feed your troops with, things like that.
So supplies are just supplies. It's
and to pay your taxes, whatever. Yeah,
okay,
it's not that granular. Again, it's a strategic game, not a tactical one.
Speaking of food, I gotta go get some lunch. So if you guys are still talking when I get back, we'll join back in.
All right.
And that's why I was asking, because like if you were still getting supplies of other kinds from these areas, that's the stuff I'm talking about. And really would in a strategic game come in handy, especially in this time period for this war. Having access to good timber and stuff like that was important. So all those trees that nobody cared about burning down because they were worried about burning down the crops were then used to make frickin' war engines. Yeah, they were eating their horses, but they also had lots of frickin' cannon mounts and other stuff that they would not have had without that wood. So like it comes in.
Yeah, I mean Russians. I don't know if Russians ever burnt down their forests.
It's really hard to burn down their forests because of the types that they are, and they're almost always wet.
I think probably it wouldn't be worth it because there would still be more forest.
Well, like that's why somebody like Napoleon would absolutely get a hell of a good use out of that land with all that wood and other stuff that keep your people from freezing to death and keep.
Okay, I don't know about Napoleon, but I just searched scorched earth, and the Russian army is using scorched earth tactics in Ukraine. specifically destroying Ukraine's forests. So if they're
Yeah,
if they're burning down forests now, I wonder if that's part of the tradition or not. I don't know.
well, I know back then it wasn't as easy, but I know what now we have war machines where you can run into that fucking tree with a tank.
Like in World War II, Soviet armies rapidly retreated and left behind fields of stubble and smoldering forests.
So they tried to burn it, but the wood was still there.
They were burning forests in World War II. I don't know if they were. This would have
If
been
it goes that far back, that means they've been attempting it for a long time. Like, it's easy enough
potentially.
to extrapolate back. Like, war engines don't generally change in countries quickly.
But then again, even if you do burn down a forest, like that's going to leave a lot of carbon in the ground, which is going to help like regrow new.
Well, and like I said, even then, you still have a lot of trees that are still fine. Yeah, the forest is burnt and shit. You still have a lot.
Holy shit! Russian invaders have destroyed 80% of the largest national park in Donetsk Oblast. 80%.
Doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I'd have to look it up. If this is the place I'm thinking of, it was also a place of like historical significance for Ukraine, so they're destroying it out of spite.
Yeah, it's literally called the Holy Mountains.
Yeah.
National Nature Park. Oh, fuck. I mean, but they have. This is what's crazy to me is that they occupy this land. Like this is part of Russia now, so they're burning their own. Well, whatever they think is part of Russia.
They fear they are going to lose it is why. And like, this is why the little bit I tuned in for when Ty joined on Wix, like when he had said, "Oh, what the fuck you're talking about? They're inept and fucking shit up constantly." This is the kind of thing that he's talking about. Like this to me and to people like Ty, they aren't confident they're gonna hold the Donbass after this. That's why they're just they're fucking everything up on their way out the door just in case.
Right.
It's the only way to read this because Putin is a monster. He's not a fucking idiot. Like I just can't square this as like the only way to square.
Well,
this is
he's not an idiot. He's not an idiot, but at the same time, I think you know that phenomenon that happened during post 9/11, where there was an information deficit happening at the White House, where only stuff that was perceived as good news to the Bush administration would make it to the Situation Room, and any other information would be. It wasn't necessarily Bush's fault. I mean, it was as a manager, it was a failing of his. But I just it wasn't that he was trying to filter out that information. It was that the agencies were reacting to the incentivization that was set up by saying they understood that certain information would make it to the briefings and certain other kinds of information would not. And that's what made them paint all these rosy pictures to the point where even at the end of his presidency, he wasn't aware of it. Like when there are reports of him going back home to Crawford and opening up the newspaper and learning for the first time, what a failure he was perceived to be and what a failure the war was perceived to be. And he had no idea, even 8 years into his presidency, that was the case.
No,
because information.
I can understand that the Bush. The reason I don't believe that of this particular issue with Putin is because if those were his actions, if those were his beliefs, he has all the rose-colored glasses and shit, on in the world because everybody's painting him the best picture.
People are afraid to bring him back. But reportedly, people are afraid to bring him back.
No, I'm not even arguing that. But even if all of that is true, even if all he sees is the rose, his actions destroying that forest and those sacred sites makes no sense. The only way, tactically, if he has quote-unquote rose-colored glasses to destroy this type of thing, is to destroy it in retreat. And if he's retreating, even as rosy as he views it, he doesn't view this as an area he is either committing to holding or that he believes he can feasibly commit to holding. He is making the decision to fuck it up on his way out. So even at the best reading of this, he is choosing to destroy it because he's afraid he's going to lose it. That's the best interpretation. The worst interpretation is he's just a monster doing it just to fucking hurt the Ukrainians. Period. Whether he was gonna, whether he holds the area or not. That's the best, or that's the worst interpretation. That he's just doing it as straight spite.
Yeah.
I personally think it's spite because he's losing it. You know, what's the expression? Deprive the enemy of nice things.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I think he still thinks. I mean, ultimately, what he wants is access to the Black Sea, and he wants Donbass because he wants that connection to Crimea that doesn't rely on the Kerch Bridge. Ultimately, he's willing to settle for that. I think. I mean, obviously, he wanted all of Ukraine, right? But I think he's willing to settle for what he has now. And so I don't think he necessarily needs to like scorched earth like the territory that he's controlling right now, because I don't necessarily think that he thinks he'll lose it. I do think maybe he thinks it's unlikely that he'll get any more than what he has now. I think that's true.
Well, either that or
But I
he's
think he
committed to
thinks
where he is not going to be the one holding it. He is going to set up the puppet government in Donetsk and Luhansk, and they are going to be the ones to. He is not going to be the one killing it. Like, because he's moving his troops away, he's destroying shit. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me, unless he's retreating.
right.
Whether he's planning to set up a puppet government or not, that's a whole other question. But he's moving shit back and destroying.
Well, he's beyond the puppet government, right? Like he's annexed. Like he's gone the whole way on it. I think it's because he can.
I agree that he thinks he can. I'm just saying. I also think he's starting to face the realization that he might lose. And he's gonna fuck everything up.
I mean, I think he knows. I think he knows he might lose, but I don't necessarily think that that's what he's planning for. I think he's planning on trying to keep whatever he can.
Well,
and
then explain why destroy it, unless it's a fuck you to Ukraine, because then it's just being a monster just to be a monster. What other reason destroy all this?
I mean, again, I don't know. Like, I can't. That man's brain is. I think he thinks. I think he thinks he has to go for broke because there's an existential threat to the Russian way of life. I think that's what he thinks. So, I mean, I was going back cutting cards because I thought I was going to be on that WIC panel yesterday, and also we're doing the United Nations stuff, and we're doing Ukraine for that for Model UN, and one of the things that keeps popping up is when he said, I think in '99 or 2000, somewhere around there, when he was addressing the nation, he said that the breakup of the Soviet Union was the great tragedy of our time. Like that, he thinks of it as the greatest tragedy, there's been for the Russian people is the loss of that empire. So I think he thinks that if he doesn't get that back, if he doesn't get those buffer things back, if he doesn't get certain territories back with that,
I'm not saying this is Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia was step one of that. Mm-hmm. Both South Ossetia and Abkhazia, both of them, are just ways of recreating sort of buffer zones and a greater presence on the Caspian Sea and on the Black Sea. And I think what he really wants is to have 2 access points to Crimea, so he can have that land bridge so that he can be fully secure on his presence in the Black Sea, which is why he wants Odessa too. I think what he has now is not quite enough for him. I think he wants Odessa. I think he'd be willing to settle.
Going based on the strategic plans that got leaked in the beginning, he wanted the whole coast. He was going to leave parts of Ukraine, quote unquote, the whole coast.
That's what Odessa would give him, the whole coast. Yeah.
It's utterly ridiculous.
Also, it would give him a bridge to Transnistria, right? So then he could take Moldova.
Yeah, another
Like
thing
Transnistria is kind of like a bonus territory that's already hit theirs, right? Or it's already populated by people who are like want to be part of Russia. And so he can then leverage Transnistria to take Moldova as well. And Moldova also has more territory on the Black Sea. I think he wants to go all the way to Romania.
that wouldn't surprise me at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah. He called it the greatest political catastrophe.
Yeah, no. I haven't found that paper actually. I wish Amcom was here. Now that I'm remembering, because I found those two books that cite the paper, but I have not found the paper itself. And like, if I could find the paper, like he has been talking about this since before he was an elected official. He has been talking about this a long fucking time. Like, that's why, like, a lot of us, like, when he got elected in the first place, we were like, oh shit. And then Georgia happened, and we're like, guys, pay attention, look what's happening. You know, look what's going on right now. And then he settled down, and everyone's, got complacent again. And it's like, how do you not see this coming at this point? Like, or how do you not see that at the very least the only way that this has the potential for ending is either his death or removal from office?
Yeah.
Because if it's not here, it's going to be somewhere else. It'll be Transnistria next, or one of the other fucking border places, and with the fucking stands that he still wants to fuck with. Like, it will be somewhere else if not here. This would be like somebody getting into British Parliament and being like, you know what, we need India back. Like, what? The fuck are you talking about?
If they could have connected Donbass to Transnistria, then we would be fucked right now.
Oh, yeah. Well,
it's amazing to me
Ukraine
what's going to happen. No, the world, because then there'd be no grain shipments. That would be it. Like, all those disasters. Remember the disasters that we were expecting to happen about world starvation or whatever, because they wouldn't be able to ship out the grain shipments. Well, it turns out Ukraine was able to ship out the grain, and they have been able to every year since the invasion. But if that hadn't happened, if they had taken Odessa, we'd have to be fucking figuring out where to get our food from. Not us, because America makes its own food, but like Africa would have like, what?
We can get into that too, because our food production's on a whole other system that's fucked up on all kinds of levels. But I'm not so sure about that. Funnily enough, as much as I hate the fucking scumbag, Phil would be the guy to talk to about this. Because I'm pretty sure we airlift some of this shit too, and we may have been able to get a vast majority of it out via large cargo planes and shit like that, if the coast had been lost. As long as we didn't lose the growing fields themselves.
Well, no, the plan was, no, it wouldn't have been airlifted, that's too much, but the plan was to ship it up the Danube through and into the Baltic, and then ship it out from there.
I wasn't meaning ship it far via plane, just out of the country, then onto a boat nearby. That's what I was also thinking short hop.
But you wouldn't even need that. You just need to get it to the Danube. But the thing is, like, all of those rivers and locks and channels and stuff like it would have been tremendously expensive. So the cost, just shipping it on the Black Sea and taking it to Africa, like, is much easier than trying to go up the Danube and into Europe and then to the Baltic and then.
No
that would have been a nightmare. But that's probably what we would have done because we wouldn't have had a choice otherwise.
Yeah.
But the fact that Ukraine was able to, I'm sure with our help secretly, has been able to take out 20% of the Russian Navy, if not 25% at this point.
not so
Um,
secretly, but yeah. The problem is
yeah,
my issue with this. We know that, um, well, right now they have a certain number there. We know they can get some more in under certain circumstances. The problem is the boats that they can now get in, like because of the ones that have been destroyed. Um, I'm not so hopeful if those ever were to get into the Black Sea that shit's gonna keep going well. Because now we're talking the big guns that start hitting you from miles offshore.
yeah. So far, Turkey's been doing a good job
Yeah,
keeping the Russians from bringing anything in.
I'm so
Um,
worried that that's gonna change. That's my biggest fear. Like,
well,
because
I mean, this is why. I mean, this is. I'm a pragmatist on this stuff. Like, this is why I think we should keep kissing Turkey's butt for as long. Like, it's bad for the Kurds, but there's really nothing we can do about it at the moment.
I disagree. Okay, I agree to a point. I disagree because what I think we should do is fuck the strait. We blockade further out because we have the ability to do that in international waters. We do a full sonar and surface ship blockade, um, several miles away from the straits, um, to where we no longer have to kiss Turkey's ass. Turkey can say whatever the fuck they want to Russia because Russia can't get their boats past our boats.
Except we don't like that's not like we don't attack Russian ships where we find them. Like
That's
that's
not what
not
I'm
our.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. We put ourselves into the situation which we have this ability, to essentially be where they can't go through us without going through us and therefore being the attackers. That's something we can do, and we have the ability. We have enough boats to do it in that area. Like we can
I
get there.
mean, I think hostilities would have to be
It's
like
just it's just a blockade. You're not shooting at them. You're just getting in their way. And then if they
yeah, I
ram
know, but
you, then
like
it's on
we're
them.
not right, but we're not to the point where policy would be to blockade them at the moment. Like we pretty much just leave them alone. Like and we it's because Turkey is not going to allow them to cross the Bosphorus, so that we don't have to escalate that way. Um,
Yeah, and I'm sorry,
maybe we would
sacrificing.
escalate in that way if we had to. Like if Turkey did like
This is my
flip.
point. We are sacrificing one ally for another ally, when we could solve the problem, and this wouldn't affect our relationship with Turkey. It would only affect our relationship with Russia, um, and would positively benefit our allies, the Kurds, again. So this gets rid of the one negative and shifts the one negative to the one place it should be.
Like, so what's our goal with the Kurds? Give them an independent homeland? Give them autonomy? Like, what is it?
Give them at least a voice, like to where they can start trying to make changes, something.
Um,
Re-support them with aid like we had been for a long time before we basically abandoned them, like things
I
like
mean, I
that.
think what Turkey wants from us is an acknowledgement of the borders. Like, that's what ultimately what they want
And I
is that
wouldn't.
for us to say this belongs to Turkey, and not just Turkey, right? Because they don't want us to give them uh, land in Iraq or Syria either, because that would just create a precedent that Turkey would then have to follow at some future date. So they want the Kurds not to have
Uh-huh.
any sovereignty.
Yes.
Now, whether or not they might get some level of autonomy is a different story. I don't know
if
if
they
they'd
are
be open
going
to that.
so far as to dictate terms in other neighboring countries that do not are not even in direct connection with their own government, no, that's not their intention. You know it. That's way too charitable. Their goal is to
So
make them
Russia
disappear.
basically controls Syria, right? So if Russia were to like Russia is anti-Kurd because they want Syria to belong to Assad. So that's the game that Russia's playing is they're telling Turkey, hey, we're willing to fuck the Kurds, and we're fucking them in Syria, and we can help you fuck them in Turkey. That's the offer that they're making, right?
No, you're 100% correct.
And so far, Turkey's been siding with us because we're not pressing the issue with the Kurds. Although we pressed it more. I mean, Trump is what really fucked the Kurds, but whatever. Like
More
we're not
specifically,
going to
we
make
stopped sending them aid.
right. Well, so where are they going to be? Iraq? Like I don't.
I mean, at this point, they need something because this is bullshit. We're allowing a fucking ethnic cleansing by 3 countries and just say, "Oh, it's a land dispute." No, we're allowing them to fucking kill off a people of land that they fucking stole in the first goddamn place, to then try and make some kind of bullshit power dispute because there just happens to be something that has sparked off because of Russia. That's fucking bullshit.
It would be so much easier if Turkey just had the Bosphorus. I mean, if Greece had the Bosphorus.
Yeah, I agree. Or it'd be better if we had the balls to actually do things like blockade.
Turn the Hagia Sophia back into a church.
Oh Jesus! And now you're trying to start a different fucking war.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus Christ, Rich.
Hold on. No, wait a minute. Back when it was a church, Muslims and Christians alike could worship there. It was considered like a dual identity like location.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Do you think that would be how it would be today?
Well, no, but that is how it was even. That is how it was even in Turkey, right? Even because Turkey had, I'm talking about during fucking what's his name? The secular guy. Uh, that introduced secularism to Turkey. Like that, Christians like had equal access to that location for a long time, but now, of course, Erdogan is a fucking religious zealot.
Oh yeah.
So I'd love to see him replaced with a secular person. Ataturk is what I'm thinking. Ataturk was, yes, I know he was a dictator, and he was vicious, but he was secular.
I'd
We
have to
need,
look
we
him
need
up again, but I'd say bordering on anti-theist. But yeah, himself, not his policies.
maybe, but I'm sure his personal views were that way, right? But I mean, he lived in a pragmatic world where tolerance of all religion was the way to go, the way to allow people to live, especially with Greece right next door, giving them access to the
tolerance of and
yeah.
equal disdain of, pretty much the way I remember him. But yeah, because it was governmental disdain, not outlawing, but it was tolerance as far as socially. So it's like as far as the government was concerned, get the fucking religion away from them. But as far as the people were, is do whatever you want, just get them, just keep it to yourself type shit. I mean, that was pretty much how I read him, and that's how maybe I'm wrong, but at least that's how I read the history of him. Because, as we pointed out, pretty brutal dictator. If everybody's equally oppressed, does that really make it tolerant?
The Hagia Sophia is really an amazing site, right?
Never
Because
been, but I've seen pictures. It's fucking gorgeous.
it was a Chalcedonian church from 360 to 1054. Then it was an Orthodox church because of the schism. Then it became a Catholic church because of the Fourth Crusade. And then it was reclaimed as Eastern Orthodox until the fall of Constantinople, and now it's a mosque. It served as a mosque until 1935 when it became a museum. In 2020, the site once again became a mosque. So that's Ataturk, makes it a museum. I wouldn't make it a museum per se. I would keep it a mosque, but I would make it a mosque/church. That would be an amazing, accomplishment.
And as I said, thanks for the new holy war in today's climate. Because I agree with you on the sentiment, but I just don't think it's possible right now, especially not there.
I mean, there still is, don't get me wrong, it's not the majority, but there is a strong streak of secular desire in Turkey. I'd say maybe 30% of the population has secular sentiments in Turkey, and that's certainly better than most countries in the Muslim world. I would love to see that return.
No.
I don't know. I don't know if there's any hope of Erdogan losing his election.
Considering the things that I've heard, I haven't confirmed, but I've heard about potential voter suppression and all kinds of other fun shit like that. Good luck. Good luck with him losing that fucking election.
Yeah.
Prime
Minister from 2014?
Oh, I'd have to look it up.
12th president of Turkey.
Oh.
So who was the prior one?
I guess Ty decided not to join us and decided to stream his game instead. Oh well.
That's fine. I don't want him to do anything he's not enthusiastic about.
Well, no, I understand, but he has to join. And didn't join for
Right.
2 minutes left and then never came back. It's like, damn it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think it's the same with Fairy Queen.
She at least hasn't been able to make it, and it's for the most part.
Oh, did she say she could make it today?
No, she didn't say anything this week, and that's fine
Yeah.
because she didn't say, "Oh, I'm gonna make it," or when she has said it and something has changed, she's let us know. Yeah,
Right.
that's the difference. It's just just fucking hey, don't say you're coming and then not come. At least not without saying, "Hey, I'm not coming." It's not
Right.
difficult.
Sure.
Take 2 seconds to text something came up. You don't even need to explain right away. We'll get the explanation later, just so we know.
Huh.
What's up?
I'm just trying to think of when the next election is going to be for Turkey.
Oh, who knows?
Electoral history. So the last election was last year, so it'll be a while before there's another one.
I'm sure he'll be in a CPAC again this year if they're freaking keeping up with their same normal dumb shit.
Wait, it said there was an election this year for party leader and he lost? What?
I have no idea how that works. So is he now?
So he's still president,
party
but he's not. Yeah, that's weird. I guess he's an independent at this point.
Well, it doesn't mean he got kicked out of the party just because he's not party leader. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but it would be weird. Imagine if Biden is the president of the United States, but the leader is Schumer. The party leader would be Schumer. That would be weird.
Wouldn't the party leader, quote unquote, be the chair of the DNC?
No. No, the president is always considered party leader in America.
Yeah, well,
But I guess it's a more
considered.
formal
Well,
position that you have to be elected
yeah.
to there.
Well, but more what I was talking about is, yeah, we're talking about like what it said. I'm talking in practice. Would that really be like the head of the Democratic Party, and then Biden is the representative of that Democratic Party?
Biden is unquestionably the leader of the Democratic Party in America. There's no question about it. There's no one doubts it. Even someone like Trump, who's like weird and out there, he was the leader of the party when he was president, and he still is leader of the party. Like that doesn't stop.
I know, I know that we say that, Rich. I'm pointing in actual practice of it because,
Mm-hmm.
well, Trump may have held this dubious honor a little bit more than Biden does. It seems to me, especially when you start talking about the other elected Democrats or Republicans around these presidents, it is more in line with the what the DNC is saying and the president is saying. Those things do not always line up. They do more often than not, but they don't always line up. And it seems like when rubber hits the road, they line up with the DNC, not with the president. At least more in more modern times. Maybe in our youth this was still true, but it hasn't seemed to be true since Bush.
Man, they have amazing voter turnout in Turkey.
Isn't it compulsory voting?
87%. I don't know if it's compulsory, but 87% turnout in the last election.
Yeah, I thought they were compulsory voting or near compulsory voting.
Well, it's pretty cool.
I agree. I personally think that it should be. No, they're not. They're not compulsory, but it is essentially like a national. So they do one of the other things that we say that we should do to make it easier for people to vote, make it a national holiday.
Yeah.
So I'll take it.
I do wonder, like, Turkey used to be considered the most Western of the Muslim countries, right? Because it was so secular. I wonder if that title belongs to Jordan now. Jordan has always been kind of like more pragmatic in its approach, especially to Israel, you know?
I mean, I'd have to look at like all the metrics for that. Maybe, but it's probably someplace more like.
Maybe Morocco.
I was thinking like
Indonesia.
Azerbaijan or Indonesia, someplace that has multiple Western influences rather than just like exterior American influence. Like honestly, like it just seems more logical that the cultural creep would hit those places as opposed to like deeper into the Arabian Peninsula.
Like Erdogan won in a landslide in 2018. And
How much
also
did
in
he lose
2014.
the party lead vote by?
Well, he got 52.6% of the vote, but the next person got 31% of the vote. So it was like more than a 20-point lead.
You said he
But in
lost.
2023, huh?
How much did he lose it by?
What do you mean?
You said
Oh, the party vote?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen the party vote. I don't know how that process works. I'll have to look that up. But I'm just saying, like, the 2018 presidential election, he won by more than 20 points. And in 2023, last year, when he ran again, he won by 4 points, 4.5 points. Like, so, and it's his percentage was roughly the same, but he only had one opponent instead of three. So basically, they were able to unify against him in the 23 election, and they made it close. They brought him within less than 5 points, which makes me think that in 28 there's a shot. You know.
Well, that would depend on why he's losing favor. Because I mean, we know many reasons why he could, but it depends on why his. I'm not even. arguing. I'm just saying, but it depends on why the population is carrying it. Because,
Well, you remember what he did with inflation, right? He just like kept. Uh, he wouldn't raise interest rates. He wouldn't allow the central bank to raise interest rates, and he kept trying to goose the economy by lowering interest rates by stimulating the economy, and like inflation just went insane. And that's one of the things that really hurt him that year.
oh yeah, but what I mean is, that's something that's fixable. That's what I mean. Like, it depends on where the disfavor is coming from. If it's just that, that's something that can be changed and repaired. Maybe not in time, but something that maybe change enough to where they go back to wanting to support him. But if it's a constellation effect of that, his slightly more brutal tactics with things, so on and so forth. Um,
Oh,
I
he's term limited anyway.
oh he is.
Yeah,
I didn't even know they had term limits there.
I didn't either until I just saw it.
On the flip side, at least we know with that 4% victory margin, it's very unlikely he's going to be able to fucking change the law.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Sure.
unless he goes dictator, and then dictator's going to dictate. You know, can't really do much about that.
I don't think Turkey is quite there.
Oh, I don't think it
I
is
think they
either,
still
but
have.
he may try it nonetheless if he's crazy
I
enough.
wonder where they are on the democracy index.
I know he needs to belong low on that list, but the country seems halfway
Right.
decent.
There's still institutions there, so
Yeah.
they might be a flawed democracy like we are. Let's see.
I would hope that they're fucking lower down the list than us, but yeah. If we followed that.
Turkey is a 4.33 hybrid regime, so they're not even a flawed democracy.
Okay. Yeah.
But 4.33. What does it take to be a democracy? I think it takes a 6. No, it takes a 7. No, it takes a 6. A flawed democracy would be a 6. So they're pretty far from that. They're not even at a 5.
That's wild.
So there you go. But they do have the institutions. So if they wanted to be a democracy, they could do it. Let's see, 4.33, right? But as recently, it only goes back to 2006. But in 2006, they were still a hybrid regime, but much closer. I think they were like a 5.7. It's within shot of being a democracy. I guess. Okay. Of the Muslim countries, what's the most democratic? Let's see. That'd be a good one.
We should share this on screen so that the people who are watching actually know what the fuck we're looking at.
Just trying to think. They don't classify it by religion in that way, so I'd have to look at them individually. But Turkey is a 4.3. Probably most Muslim countries would be.
I check Indonesia next.
Yeah, but hold on, I want to find the grouping. I guess North Africa would be the grouping, or Middle East and North Africa would be the grouping. So going back to that. Okay, Israel. Okay, Israel is the most democratic, and they're
But it's not
they're a
Islamic,
flawed
so
democracy to 7.8.
if they're not as Islamic, so it doesn't actually account for what we were just looking for.
Right. Yeah. Dang it! I lost it. Here we go. Sub-Saharan Africa, no. Middle East, North Africa. Okay, so probably, okay, Israel obviously is the most democratic, but if you don't count them, most democratic would be Morocco. We called that earlier. It's a 5.04, so they're still not even a flawed democracy, but they're closer than anybody else. Morocco. Oh wait, no, Tunisia. Tunisia's a 5.51.
Okay. Yeah,
And
I'd
in
have
fact, they were a flawed democracy as recently as like 4 years ago. But they've been going downhill. The highest, they peaked at 6.72. Not bad. So Tunisia.
haven't been there in many years, but good food. Some of the recipes have been cooked something.
Saudi Arabia is a 2.08.
Yeah, I mean, kind of hard to be anywhere high on the democracy index when you're fucking a monarchy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the UK is a democracy.
Yes, but their monarchy has switched to being a cultural figurehead as opposed to true governmental supremacist powers. Um, whereas that is not true in Saudi Arabia. On paper, they don't have as much power, but in reality, they have more.
So sub-Saharan sub-Saharan is different story. Botswana is a democracy. Cape Verde is. Ghana.
Cape Verde
Lesotho.
shouldn't be considered in that category because it's an island, but okay. It's a little island off the coast. It's a tiny little thing.
7.65.
No, no, it shouldn't be considered sub-Saharan. Is what I meant. That's all. Because it's technically it should be considered coastal because it is so far off the coast. It would have a different climate.
If I ever decide to move, where should I move? According to this, Norway is the best democracy in the world.
No, but we're talking about like value for money, fabulous democracy, all these other things. Cape Verde. Go look at the amenities and shit on Cape Verde Island. That place is unreal. I've never been, but I've seen pictures. I have a friend who's been and taken pictures. It's been featured in a few TV shows and movies. It is beyond gorgeous.
I think Ireland has something to say for it because number one, it is the most democratic non-Scandinavian country except for New Zealand. New Zealand is number 2 in the world. But Ireland is number 7. All of the other countries above that are Scandinavian countries. But Ireland is also, well, not Ireland, but Northern Ireland, I think, because they're both in the UK and in the EU, kind of. They have access to both markets. That's pretty freaking good, and they speak English.
I mean, they don't. I don't know, at least from the few Irish creators I watch from, apparently that shit's, like, complicated. They don't really they kind of have access to both markets, but they don't, it's weird. Like, I don't understand that shit at all. Like, that's just so weird.
It's nothing to just drive across town and then you're in the Republic of Ireland, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't, like, understand, like, how that overall affects the economy, because now we're talking about gray market spread that's almost impossible to account for.
Or it's not even gray because it's not even gray because they're officially allowed to have that access.
No,
because
that's why I said
they
gray
haven't
market,
figured out
just because it's an unknown. It's an untracked variable that we can't account for. That's why.
But no, they're officially allowed.
Black.
Like you can.
Like that's why they call it gray, not black.
It's not just that it's unenforced; it's that you have full access to the European markets and the UK markets. It's full. Like it is temporary in the sense that nobody knows what to do about it in the long run.
Because you're talking about driving into the other area. That I'm agreeing with. What I'm talking about is because that is an on-tracked, not unrestricted or unallowed. It's on-tracked is why I'm calling it gray, is because it is a crossover between the two economies that it is hard to really determine how much it's affecting either, because it's on track. Because it is, as you said, you drive a few blocks over the road, and now you're in a different country.
I wonder if anybody. I'm kind of curious. Like all those financial institutions that left London, where did they go? I know some went to Amsterdam and some went to Belfast.
I was about to say, I thought a lot of them went to Ireland. How's it going?
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, because Ireland has the advantage of being both in the EU and they speak English. That used to be the advantage that London had.
Yeah,
not to mention the fact that Belfast, or just Ireland more generally, is in that in-between space of it kind of acts as a bridge between the EU and the UK, just because I think they still ended up upholding a good portion of the Good Friday Agreement even after the UK left the EU.
Right. Right.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about how Northern Ireland has.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Northern Ireland is not wrong. I'm not saying they're doing anything illegal. I just call it gray because it's an on-track market, and at least by anything I've read here. So unless there's some other shit you can show me, I haven't seen what accounts for that crossover, how much that affects the rest of Ireland's economy, how much that specifically affects Northern Ireland's economy, because it is technically not true access, but it is access due to proximity. And that's just a really weird metric in modern times to try to track. When you factor in, technically, we're talking a arbitrary area of a singular country that is partitioned off as a part of a different country. So now we get a lot of crossover because there's almost no border control between the two. And especially not customs control between the two of them. There's very, very little. So now that crossover is going to affect these numbers in a way that I just can't account for. I just don't know, if it makes it better, makes it worse, so on and so forth. And a quick look on Google Scholar didn't find it either, which means I need to put in more granular language if it exists.
For the first time, an Irish nationalist leads Northern Ireland's government.
Good. Maybe we'll get reunification sometime in this century.
I'd love to see
it. We still have a little over 6 months for the Star Trek prediction of the Irish reunification of 2024 to happen. Right. Almost certainly won't, but I'm not holding out hope until December 31st. Or I'm holding out hope until December 31st.
Both countries are led by Irish nationalists now.
And in both countries, it's over 50% approval rate for reunification. So I don't know why it hasn't happened. I hope it would. It hasn't happened
because the DP has a power sharing agreement.
Well,
until that changes.
Like I said, it's one of those things where I hope that I get to see it in my lifetime. I've had family die on both sides of that goddamn fight, and I would just love to see that fight come to a full and complete end with the country being reunified. That would be fucking great. I would love to live to see that.
By the way, your mic's not picking you up very well there, Jack.
Oh, that's because I moved it because I was typing, and if I leave my mic where I normally leave it, Rich complains of ear rape because of the fucking typing.
Which happens anyway. But yeah, DUP. The thing is, with the power sharing agreement, they sort of have equal power. But when Sinn Féin won in 2022, the DUP refused to allow a first minister to be named, which is why for the last couple of years nothing has been happening. But finally they did allow one, and so now, Sinn Féin is first minister, which is amazing.
Could you imagine saying that in the 80s, Rich?
Yeah, no, I would have thought it impossible.
I would have thought they would all been in prison by now.
Catholics running Northern Ireland. I mean, I know they're not really Catholic anymore.
They're socially Catholic.
Yeah.
Well, but it's
historically
Catholic. DUP is socially Anglican. Sinn Féin is socially Catholic. So.
And the other thing is the old joke in Ireland. They got pulled over by a Garda, and I said, "So are you Irish or Protestant?" And I said, "I'm atheist." And they said, "Are you an Irish? Are you a Catholic atheist or a Protestant atheist?" Like,
Yeah,
so like, it's more.
that's a
My
real
thing
thing. Yeah.
is you were talking Sinn Féin. You were talking about a group that, for many years, was considered a terrorist organization.
Or the political arm of the IRA, which was a terrorist organization. But yeah,
Yeah, but you talk to Brits and a lot of Americans, American Irish even, here at the time, and they didn't distinguish between the two.
no, it's amazing. It would be as if Hamas um, became like a bunch of moderates. Like, it's just
I mean,
amazing.
I mean, the IRA is the main example I give when I say things like one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter.
Yep.
Yeah,
And it's like,
of course.
you know, as an Irish American of, my dad was first generation, so I'm second. First generation, second generation born here. My grandfather was the immigrant. Like, we still had cousins and shit over there that on both sides of the fight that we just occasionally hear about. One of them ended up in jail or some shit like that. And it was on both sides. Like, we had the Brits would go to jail for getting into bar fights with nationalists and crap. It was just like,
Hey, here's how Northern Ireland like really has the best of both worlds. The UK government this week agreed to new changes that would eliminate routine checks and paperwork for most goods entering Northern Ireland.
yeah, that's what I was saying. There's almost no customs. It's great. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how that's affecting it. Imagine it'd be like, essentially what I'm talking about, like, quite literally, is if I were to take a drop of black paint into a drop of a big pool of white paint. I am watching that gray creep, and I have no idea where the black truly ends and the gray begins, and where the white ends and the gray begins, and, like, therefore I don't know where the overlap ends between the two. So, like, that matters when you start talking about the economic advantages of this, because is it an economic advantage of they're just there, and inside their country they have access to all kinds of shit that people in the rest of the broader UK do not? Or is it because they can literally drive across the street and be in another country that is what allows for this kind of economic survivability? And either way, it's fascinating. And one thing that, because it's so unique, I have no way to even, like, guess at how it affects it. Like, this would be like talking about Lesotho in South Africa, like, in the 80s. Like, I have no way of, like, determining how those two economies affected each other. Especially when you start talking that one, a country within a country. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, enclaves are weird.
Yeah, like, it's just, I am not a good enough student of economics to understand that, and I have this sneaky suspicion if I were to get 3 economists in here, I'd get 5 different opinions. And yes, I did that on purpose with the numbers. Because once they'd start agreeing, eventually one set would agree with each other on one part, and then they'd agree with, it'd be horrible. Because, like, we are talking economics on the micro scale through the macro scale on all the interconnected levels on almost a foot by foot basis from these borders, and then how much that would, like, gradient out from those borders down. Like, it would be so difficult to truly track this without, like, focused research on it, in my opinion. Like, we'd literally have to be grabbing almost meta-analysis of multiple studies on both countries, focusing on different variables, and then hope we can interpret out a synthesis of what is actually happening, and even then we might get it wrong.
Yeah, fair.
Like, it's the best way to describe it outside my pain analogy is it's like putting a drop of sugar in, or a drop of honey inside of a sauce. Like, where does the honey stop and the sauce begin before it's fully integrated? Like, you're going to have that one area that's just going to gradiate out before you start mixing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, it's the same process, just on an economic scale. When you start talking money that, let's see, if I had to ballpark it out, the average transaction rate is going to be what? Probably in the tenths, maybe hundredths of a second. It's definitely going to be below singular seconds each, number of transactions per day. Like, it's going to be.
Yeah, no, I mean you're talking probably thousands of transactions per second.
Probably, but I'm trying to be like fair, because like maybe it's lower. Like, just so much data to go through, so many variables to account for. Like, just mind-boggling.
Yeah, fair.
At least for a non-economics brain. Maybe if Ty was here, since he's so macroeconomics focused, he'd have a little bit better interpretation, or even Econo Boy.
Yeah.
Actually, let's see. Is he not online? I might put him up. Too many people on this list. Oh. I've talked to him. What the hell? Because I've invited him on the panels before, but for some reason his DM's not showing up. Did he change accounts? No? Seems to be the same one. Weird. Wow, okay, that's why my Discord just lost its mind. A bunch of alerts just came in. I answered a meme. I will put the side chat here in a second. That apparently my answer gave a bunch of people chills because they went and listened to the song they've never heard of. So this is the question I was answering. You're not home. Your house is broken into. You have an automated system that locks them inside, calls the police, and plays any song at max volume as an alarm. What song do you choose?
Oh, that's a really good one.
I answered that 10 minutes ago. It's got 118 likes on it so far.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, like, I've got, like, half a dozen different songs in my head of options that I could choose, and I keep thinking of more.
I went with my instant gut reaction, Suicide Trees by OTEP.
Don't know that song.
I'm not gonna play it because, like, it is creepy to AF, and that's not really the point of the stream. Go listen to it. You'll be like, okay, I get it. Especially at max volume, the beginning section of that song, you're just gonna be like, holy shit. Either that, or my second choice was KFMDM World War III.
My current first choice, I think, is "Come Out You Black and Tans."
Oh, I don't want to give them something enjoyable to listen to. Not like that. I want to scare the shit. Dude, this is somebody broke into my house. I want to scare the bejesus out of them. And I can think of no greater thing than creepy ass music, or music that, when played at max volume, will make your teeth rattle out of your head.
Yeah, fair.
And if you've ever listened to World War III by KFMDM, I can tell you that one will do it.
If only I could find the resonant frequency of a human skull.
If going to be different for each human skull. You have to sit there and auto-tune it. But I have the sneaky
Yeah.
suspicion we're thinking about the same sci-fi image, and yeah, technically that should be possible to pop a head like a grate.
Yeah, like if I can play it at max volume, and I have the resonant frequency of the intruder's skull, could I just shatter it?
I have the sneaky suspicion this would fall into that.
You need a
trap.
tricorder.
I have the sneaky,
Yeah.
I have the sneaky suspicion this would fall into that booby trap thing of where the guy electrified his window frame. The dude tried to break in, got electrocuted, fell off the ladder, got paralyzed, and he sued the homeowner.
Oh,
I still can't believe they fucking ruled in that dude's favor. I'm like, dude, you were breaking into his house! Like, I get it, like, desperation and all that shit, but, like, how you gonna sue a motherfucker for getting hurt while breaking into his house?
Yeah, that makes no sense because I'm just like,
I understand
Yeah.
crime. I get it. I've been a criminal in my youth. Like, I've done that shit. I understand the desperation and shit of crimes. But that, I fucked up, now I'm gonna blame you for my... I don't get that.
What
yeah,
happened?
no.
There was a guy, I think it was in Massachusetts. He basically...
God, it was here?
I think it was Massachusetts. It was in New England somewhere. But he hooked up car batteries or, wires from a breaker to the metal window frames of his house, because his house kept getting broken into. And when the next time they came to break into his house, when they touched the window frame, they got electrocuted and fell off the ladder or tree or whatever they were using to get into his house. And they ended up paralyzed. They sued the guy and won because he booby trapped his house, and that's not something you're allowed to do.
Yeah, there's precedent for that. Remember the guy who set up a shotgun to shoot anybody who broke in?
No, I understand, but at the same time, here's the thing: if somebody breaks into your house and my booby trap goes off, you shouldn't be able to sue them. Fine, put him in jail because he's committed a criminal act, but sue him because I fucked up and committed a crime. No, that's just FAFO, motherfucker. If I fuck up when I'm committing a crime, that's on my ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, the last time I went before a judge for something I got arrested for, he said, "How do you plead?" I said, "I plead dumbass. I plead no contest." And I got a chuckle out of him. I think that's the only thing that saved me from serious jail time.
Yeah.
Because that's the truth of it. You get caught and you fuck up. That's on you. Yes, the circumstances may be entirely unfair as to how you got there. All of that shit may be true. You still fucked up.
It's probably not worth it for him, even with the win, right? He'd probably rather not be paralyzed anymore.
I would think so, but at the same time, I wouldn't have done that either, because, for me, it's I couldn't do it. There's no way that I was trying to rob you, now because I'm hurt, I'm gonna rob you legally. That's fucking ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
How do you not see the error of your ways? Oh, I know, because probably some personal injury attorney fucking found his ass in the hospital and hit him up.
I mean, this is the same kind of logic that we use at the border, right? When we put in those balls of spinning death.
Yeah,
in the Rio Grande.
Yeah, the difference is the scale. That be the nation committing a crime, and we can't put the whole nation in jail. On a personal scale, I'm not saying if you do this and you injure somebody. I'm not saying that if you were to booby trap your home. Yeah. I'm not saying if you
Do people know Monty Python anymore?
It's less and less each year that I run across people who do.
I don't really see those references anymore.
No, it's usually people at most Ty's age. Nowadays, I rarely I guarantee you, if I were to start doing like one of the more obscure Monty Python skits that don't get referenced in other comedy, if I were to do like one of the really obscure ones, like one of the ones from like Meaning of Life or something like that, or Life of Brian, um,
Mm.
like I'd be willing to bet somebody Razor's age have no idea who I'm talking about and would be like, oh, where's that from? I want to go watch that, and have no fucking clue that it's been on TV pretty much at least once a week on PBS since the day they were born.
Right.
You know, it's just I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing because like now we get people who come out of influencer styles as opposed to like reverence for the things like Footlights Theater breeding some of the greatest comedic actors of like 3 generations. Like it wasn't just one, it was they just kept producing.
Right.
I mean, we can thank them for Fry. We can thank them for Hugh Laurie. We can thank them for all of Monty Python. We can thank them for freaking Benedict Cumberbatch. We can thank. I mean, just go down the list, man.
Wait, who can we thank for all of those?
Footlights Theater, comedic
Oh.
playhouse in UK. It's where a lot of these like ridiculously great comedic actors like do their stage play stuff is places like that. And it's usually long before they're ever discovered in this type of stuff that we know them for nowadays. And that's just kind of my thing. Is like now it's you hear like, oh, they come from a Burt Kreischer style of comedy. And don't get me wrong, I like Burt Kreischer, but at the same time, like, is that really what we want to call it? Like, first of all, he's not even the first to do what he's doing. You know, like honestly, like, you know, he's doing nothing different than what Pryor did. You know what I mean? He's just doing it as an old rich white guy as opposed to an old rich black guy. It's really the only difference between the two of them. They do the same ridiculously crude level of humor, etc. It's interesting to think about because, like, you're right, they don't know about this, and it's because it's almost like because of how they think about it, they don't realize that all of those people were inspired by people like Red Fox, or Richard Pryor, or George Carlin, or Gallagher even. You know, like it's almost like we're in a epoch of these type of entertainment mediums, and all of us are kind of in the old one, and the new one don't understand the transition at all. It's like they forgot the old shit existed at all. Like I remember, I forget who it was now, but it was in a Discord the other day, a couple of weeks ago now, and I was telling somebody about Danny Kaye. And they're like, oh, I don't know Danny Kaye. And I'm like, yes, you do. And they're like, no, I really don't. And I'm like, trust me, if you have ever watched a fucking, TV at Christmas time in the last fucking 80 years, well, 70 years, you have seen White Christmas, and you have seen Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye. You have absolutely seen this motherfucker.
But also, the court jester is a fucking classic.
And the Inspector General and others, yeah, he was, Jesus Christ. So good. You much of a musical fan, Rich?
Yeah, I am.
You know much Danny Kaye? One of my favorites.
I do not know much Danny Kaye.
That just surprises me because
I know who Danny Kaye is, but I'm not super familiar with him.
Let me see if hold up YouTube. Let's see if any of his greats. Register full movies available. Oh God, his playlists. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Thankfully, I was able to find. Share screen. Yeah,
Investigate all things. Well, bring your reports to me.
yeah, this is one of his favorite. They do the very model of a modern major general song as one of the songs in it.
Yeah.
I know you know that song because that shit's everywhere.
Yeah, of course.
Let me see. I don't.
Put a double guard at the city gate and call all roads to Bradley at once. Uncle, what happened at once? Come with me. Billy, what goes with Uncle General? Shut up! I say come with me. Anything wrong? Quiet.
Doesn't say it in there. So there's time stamp.
Be quiet, you.
I'll just find the song.
I shall investigate.
So I forgot that the last stanza in every canto has 4 lines.
Well, at least the way they're separated in all the translations, it's 3 then 1. Like they always separate out that last line like it's an end in the canto.
It's sort of like the way you have one canto and then
But in reverse. And at like a fractal scale, yeah. This isn't the right song, but I'll stick with it. Because it's Danny Kaye.
well, I kind of I wonder if Dartmouth is making the final stanza 4 lines. But I wonder if Dartmouth is doing something different than what Dante himself did.
Hancock had the Italian version last time he was here. He might have it up where
Well, I'm looking at the Italian version.
No.
That's what I'm looking at. It's the Dartmouth, the Dante Lab thing, where the Italian's on the left and the English is on the right, and then commentary beneath that. Longfellow, and then, yeah, then it's French and German, which I'm not doing.
And for anybody who's actually watching this chat, we do not condone the use of this word, but it's the 1940s and they still used it.
But
Sorry.
first we sing.
But
What word?
How can you
G
sing
slur
gypsy
for
song without
Romani.
gypsy chorus? So ladies and gentlemen, I will ask you for a little favor. You help me. We'll have a little chorus. It'll sound beautiful, wonderful. I will give you a little
The G
beat. You make
slur
me
for the
all right?
Romani
Yes, everybody.
people.
Oh,
Very nice, but
okay.
we get a
I
little
know it's
sharper,
allowed
you
on
know,
YouTube,
more
I
than a
still try
mask,
to
a diaphragm. Hey,
Especially since we know
Zoom. Well,
Romani
all right?
people.
Zoom. Very nice. Now short.
Yeah.
Zoom. I like.
I still buy that there's a difference between saying a word and
Very
using a word.
pretty. This drop here,
I
will
understand,
make
but
for
the
you
way
stock
this song is
Please?
talking about
Everybody
them
understand?
isn't
Stock, all
great.
right? Stock. Very nice.
Of
all right?
course.
Not, I didn't make it yet! Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, please, small stocks. Stop. Ready.
Yeah, but Danny Kaye is one of those people who have been probably one of the staples of musicals during his time period. So much so that he inspired multiple other great musical actors and actresses for like his style of more almost like over the top eccentric facial expressions, much like the I forget the name of it now, but Despicable Series, you know, where they over exaggerate the facial expression of Asian plays. yet he does it on
I
a
shall investigate here.
full body
then go on to the
scale
next town.
in a way that, with the exception of the facial expressions, almost comes off as natural but eccentric. And it's that's really hard to do, and he and Bing were the masters of it, at least of their age.
On the greatest experience of your life. You will tell your children
And my wife, who loves musicals, is probably in there wanting to strangle me because like she's probably wanting to point out a bunch of other people who were great as well. But she knows more about it than I do.
Try this elixir. It's sure to quench your thirst. Try this elixir. It's best for what it's worth. And now, good people, step close to my rostrum that you may see all with your own eyes.
The snake oil
The
salesman.
dictions of princes and crowned heads have come among you to exhibit absolutely free of charge the wonder of the world, unparalleled since the dawn of time. Are you ready, my friends? The Egyptian marvel, the treasure of the pharaohs. Behold! Step right up, people. Examine, observe. You there. Who are you? Let me see your peddler's card. Here, Captain. Yakov Guri, an honest professional man from Trevi. I have testimonials from the Emperor himself. I will prove. Never mind. What about your friend there? Who, he?
What are haka noodles?
Haka noodle? I don't know that term off the top of my head, to be honest with you. How's it spelled?
Look, my friend. It breathes.
HAKKA, I think.
Yeah, okay.
It thinks. What's it left in it? How much?
Indo-Chinese, okay. This is... I've never heard it called
This is not
this.
just an old head. This Prince Ahmed of ancient Egypt.
I guess because of where I learned to cook this style of food, it has a different name, as it says here, desichame, camarudas. There's also apparently an Indian name I've never heard of as well for it.
Look how his eyes plead with me to give him a dose of my elixir. He fairly yearns for his rich, smooth goodness. Here, Prince.
Oh, okay, so it's not the noodles themselves, that's why. Okay, so,
I do not make extravagant claims for my
yeah,
own.
I've never had it under this name, but essentially it just looks like noodles with peppers and oil.
That my medicine will do him any good.
And a little bit of
But if
paneer
only a
cheese.
spark of life remains, yet I suffer terrible digestive distress. However, since taking Yakov's miraculous elixir, I no longer find it necessary
Aloo
to
tiki.
continually hold my hand on
It's
my
called a
stomach.
dabeli, Dabeli.
Napoleon.
elixir. Drink it till you burst. Elixir. Is that for what it's worth?
But why do I tell you these things, my friend?
Spiced
When there is
mashed
someone
potato
here,
burger.
a sufferer on whom I've looked with compassion when he lay at death's door, unable to move a muscle, paralyzed.
Let's...
Are you aware that you're losing your...
Let's see. Yeah, so that's a little too long.
Enterprises. You want special dabeli bale ragro. I don't know. Ragro. It's ragro. Ragro. I'm saying it okay. Yeah. Okay. It's called ragro. There's masala dosa, kaman dokla, masala toast. Wow. Kaman dokla, Ferrari ragro.
Only fasting.
Wow,
God,
that's
his
pretty
accent
cool,
is
man.
thick.
And then there's Ferrari kachori. Only for Ekadashi, which is a special. When special day when they're fasting. I mean, this menu is off the hook.
Okay, so apparently with this, it's not even like a burger, like they do mashed potatoes and then fry it. It's just like, okay.
Ready? That's
It's
ready
like
to eat.
an upscale version of like your mashed potatoes in a roll at the end of Thanksgiving.
Indian burger for just 100
Yeah.
Seriously, look at that.
I've never had it. It looks interesting.
How cool is that?
Wait, Armin Shimmerman.
Which is reason. And he
Oh,
is
damn.
trying to suss out some
Ooh.
of the philosophical ideas of the times in his plays. He tends to leave religion, for the most part, alone, because that can get him into trouble.
Yeah.
So
But
he
I'm
tends to
thinking
stay away from it.
I'm thinking even some of these, right, more, not necessarily religious, but more fundamental questions that he explores through his characters, like, you know, who are the good guys and bad guys, or what makes a person morally worth emulating and honoring, where is the possibility of redemption? What sort of redemption arcs do we see in characters in Shakespeare?
There are redemptive arcs.
Oh, Jesus, Rich, this is right up your alley. We have Cork talking about Shakespeare.
Who?
Armin Shimmerman.
The actor who played Quark, Armin Shimmerman, is talking about
Oh, right,
Shakespeare.
yeah.
She has a redemptive moment.
Sure.
At the end of the play. Redemption is very much part of.
And here I was hoping he'd be talking about his time on Stargate instead he's talking about...
Every Elizabethan's life, whether they're pro-Catholic or whether they're pro-Anglican or Protestant. Religion is very much in the mind. Just as politics, I would imagine. I was at someone's house last night. We had a long and hearty discussion about politics. They were discussing religion as much as we were discussing politics last night.
Yeah, we're gonna break it all down for sure.
And philosophy. They were steeped, the literati, were steeped in the good books, and not just the Bible, but in great philosophical works that had come up through the Middle Ages, and just some of the Greek and Roman literature that had just recently been rediscovered. They were dealing with that and trying to suss
Rediscovered.
out. What is that?
That is a very polite way of talking about the thing we were talking about earlier, Rich. They rediscovered the ancient Greek and Roman philosophers when they plundered against
Shakespeare's a moral
Constantinople.
education.
I think
Yeah.
sci-fi is as well.
Well, it's not
If
that
you-
we
and you
plundered
can't
them, it's that
Yeah, or you can
they
enjoy it for its
escaped
entertainment value, but I think
the-
at the end of the
it
day,
was
when it really
Islam
breaks
turned to
itself
plunder
down,
at that
it is
point.
a pursuit of understanding.
But my
Excellent
point
way
is
to-
the
and
knowledge
I would
came
venture
out
to
of
say,
plundering of the city.
one of the great
and
things
the
I
fall
think
of
that
the
Star
city.
Trek has
Just
always
there you go,
done
that was when it was
and
rediscovered.
try
It was
to
just when it
address
got
some of these
reknown to
questions
us in the West.
through
That's
cathedrals,
kind of my
through
point. It's kind of a
monasteries,
polite way of putting it that, yeah,
and
we had to run away with our lives because of a bunch of other people trying to sack a city that had been sacked how many times at this
special
point?
effects and people just trying to.
Yeah, it was a big benefit to the West, actually, in a way that Constantinople fell, because then all of that knowledge went west.
For me, Star Trek is a
No, I
social
agree on that point. It's just the polite way of saying it. It's just like,
not so much about
Absolutely.
We need the exploration of the human condition.
Those humans.
I've been waiting for 2 weeks to make that joke.
Darren.
Well, you got it.
Armin, do you have a few more minutes for fan questions?
Sure, absolutely.
Burned Bacchus from Facebook. Armin, what do you remember about your experience as a guest appearance in Castle on the episode The Final Frontier? I just saw a snippet from this episode. I want to go see it.
okay.
There's a death, I think, at a fan
I don't
convention. Set up.
Like, that bugs me. It's like, okay, this is a show about Stargate. You have a person who's played not one, not two, but 3 different characters on fucking Stargate. This is Stargate's goddamn fucking Coombs. And
Yep.
it's like, Jesus, man. And you're talking about his appearance on Castle, which, don't get me wrong, was a fun show, but is barely a nerd show. And they're talking about shit.
It's a police procedural with occasional nerd references thrown in. That's about what it is. Like,
Yeah, and I don't get me wrong, I liked it
Today we're playing
probably till
Destruction
like
Tire Bowl. We're
season
down this massive
4.
mountain in New Zealand.
I don't know. Whenever his dad showed up and started doing all the CAA shit, it was just weird.
I think piano because it's nice. That's worth 10.
After that, I felt it had jumped the shark.
Rexy and Mannequin are the bullseye. That's worth 50. And for
Sorry if I spoiled that for anybody who watches this video or either of you, but like, I'm saving you a lot of fucking headache. The second you see that shit, just quit.
Gonna roll 100 tires down at the very end of the day. Oh, I'm up first. Get your keys to the
And it's the other thing is like there's interesting trivia about that show that is uncommon in today's world, but like is so extreme that it makes you wonder slightly at the exploitative nature, even when you're getting paid millions. The two lead characters of that show despised each other so much that they were essentially in couples therapy for a vast majority of the filming of that show, and would not appear on set except for filming.
Wow.
Like Stanicatic and fucking Nathan Fillion hated each other.
I did not realize that.
Yeah, look into it's. I don't remember the reason. I just remember that it was like kept secret for a long time, and then it got leaked that they were in therapy, and then it got leaked that they'd been in therapy over the filming for a long fucking time. And it was because of how much they despised each other.
Wild.
And which is funny, because I'd have to go look for it. I have a copy of a Richard Castle book. Like the character in the show, I actually have one of his books.
Oh, I didn't know
because they published.
There were actual books. Yeah, I didn't know they had published those.
Yeah, they actually. I think the one I got was either Naked Heat or Ice Hot or something like that. But yeah, they released 2 or 3 of them, and I grabbed one of them. And yeah, I actually have one of those.
Most unlikely event. You hit the trampoline. I did hit it. Hang on, false alarm. Seth has confirmed. No, I did hit the trampoline. So a whopping big 5 points. Didn't hit it hard.
And all I can say is, I would love to have these guys' job. It's being a complete idiot. You never teach anybody anything, but like, just imagine being the people who came up with being famous for dropping shit from high places or rolling shit down hills.
Yup, I love these guys. They have it fucking made, and it is impressive.
Like, you know, like their merch is let's blow shit up with paint.
And then let's spread paint all over like crazy, and just happen to have placed a bunch of t-shirts and sweaters down and then sell those.
Yeah.
like it's honestly genius.
It is blatant and utter capitalism, but it's just ridiculous.
Oh yeah. But it's enjoyable capitalism to watch.
I don't know if you've ever watched these people, Rich, but it's ridiculous.
I mean, their channel name is literally How Ridiculous. Like, they have bought in.
This video has been out for 21 hours, Rich. 623,000 views.
Yeah.
The only double points I'm prepared to award is if you can pick the item you hit. I'm happy with that. So I have selected the canoe, gentlemen, as my double points item. If a truck tire hits this at speed, it's going to be fun.
So, is there a particular brand of those shelves that you think I should get?
Oh, any of them that fit your, it's a decor thing, whatever fits your fancy. Because they don't, unless you're going to put something heavy, it's a decor thing. I don't care what because like yeah, because for me, like the one that I had back when I still had one was essentially a bamboo bread box, just turned the other way. Like if you actually were to flip it like 90 degrees, it just becomes an open front bread box. It's like seriously, they're super simple, and as long as you're not putting anything,
all the walls would have to be at right angles. The typical bread is kind of rounded, so I don't know if that would work.
No, this one did. That's what I'm saying. This one did, but that's essentially all it was. And that's just kind of what I mean is it's like use whatever one you want
What
unless
would you
you're
call
putting.
it? Board management shelving? Or like, what would you call it?
I mean, honestly, something similar to that will probably find it on Amazon. In fact, extra counter shelving with cord slot might be another way to word it. Like I said, when I did this stuff in kitchens, I just ordered this out of a magazine that we got from like kitchen supply places for the restaurants, you know what I mean? Or I went to a kitchen supply store and literally grabbed it off the shelf.
That's definitely hooked. It's not gonna. Yeah, we noticed that. You know what that means? 0 points. 0 flipping points.
And for me, like, it doesn't matter unless it's something heavy that you're gonna put on there. Because if all you're putting on there is like a couple of cups full of light stuff, it doesn't need to bear much weight. It can be made out of fucking cardboard. Like, so brand on that doesn't matter. Just get one that looks like what you want.
And we're away!
Oh, that's a little bit fancier than I was thinking, but yeah, that would work too.
Oh, that's a big bounce.
Because I'm guessing this comes with a plate along the front too. I would have chose wood, but this.
That was a huge bounce. Oh, well, I'm not without points, but I'm.
And this is way more than I was
If
playing.
he's hit anything here, if he's like skimmed it. That tire had a lot of kilojoules in it.
And everything's still here.
What's the TV worth these days?
We believe that the TV with the wind had been knocked down, which is very unfortunate for you. Jack, can you shed any more light on the situation?
TV was not hit. Halo and chair were hit.
Whoa, and the points are piling in. I'm prepared to give you 15 points, 10 for
I mean, I
the
probably
chair,
would want to
five
be
at the motor.
black.
I guess with that epic performance, I'll head down to the bottom.
Come join me.
And I'll come up. Quite the climb, this. The poor old Brett, he's going up, I'm coming down. I'm literally like climbing up. It's that steep.
I think the hill's about 200 meters
Maybe it would be
down,
called
but
an
it's like
L
100 meters
shelf.
up. So
L
steep.
shaped
We just
shelf.
don't have hills like this in Australia.
We are good, Stanford.
Toby just has to roll up drone. I was just saying that.
Like here's essentially
Nothing
one.
against
Now
using
this
a
one
car
can
with
hang
a
on a
rim,
wall,
so
but
I
this
will
one
let her
big here.
With the ring, that could work against him. That could be a bit.
Now this one's very expensive, but okay. The way this one is labeled is storage shelf and cord organizer. So maybe try that word combination. But if you look on
What is happening to that?
side chat,
What is that doing?
this is one that has like the wall mount looks like to do the same thing. But this exact same one, even if not mounted to the wall, would actually work on your counter. Because it has the little divots for the cords to go through. And then inside is just where you hide all the cords.
Yeah, we're all clear. Dougall's been chimed in to the HRV.
Didn't mind
a bit of Dougal. Come on, tyre. Be good.
Looks much better than the last one.
It's looking alright. That's a great line if it holds it. Oh, that could be on. It could hit something. Could it be tram or tent? Oh, what? What's that miss?
Just missed to the right side.
Okay,
My
one on.
bad.
Hey, I don't want to
Boys,
click on
I'm
this
not
one 'cause
happy
it'll
with the
show
car
my
tires. We're onto the trucks.
location. But there's one on Amazon called Cable Management Box Wood Cord Organizer.
I mean,
for like $35.
yes. This is
It's the same idea of what I'm talking about.
We're away, we're away.
We're away for Dougal.
Do it for Dougal!
Is that also right?
No.
Oh, tramp or tent? Oh, it's jumped the tent!
Yeah, and because if it has a flat top, all you would need at that point is the flat top that is stable. Because you're not going to be, unless you're putting something heavy on there, and I mean it would have to be pretty damn heavy. Like even the lightest wood frame like this is going to survive.
That is holding a good line.
It could be
Like you would have to be putting like your whole machine on top of it. And even then, I think you're probably fine with even the cheap stuff.
Oh, I didn't put in a guess.
And I don't think you want to put your whole machine on it anyways. Like, that's not the point of this. You're just trying to hide the cords.
Yeah, it would go behind everything.
Yeah, so at most you're putting ancillary stuff, which would not be heavy.
Yeah, on the Bs.
8 people.
Or hell, what you do is you put like all the grinders and all that in front, and you have your press, and when it's not in your case, sit on there, and then you take it off when you use it. But then it's out of the way when it's not in use. For example,
Inconvenient.
I don't know how wide that press is. So.
And we're off.
I could probably put a
brown snake.
power strip in there too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's looking pretty good. It's going pretty straight.
And then the rest of the cord management is just some zip ties.
I've nudged the butt of the jet ski and missed the car by a whisker. And I'm
So, I mean, like, when you factor that in, any will do.
Definitely.
It's just, we gotta find the right keywords so that you can pick a little bit more of them.
We can throw the toilet in there as well then.
So you're trying to tell me Stanford's racked in 30 for that?
I don't think he's trying.
Yeah, the bamboo
I think
ones
he
look
is.
pretty
How
good.
did that happen?
Yeah, and that's all. It's like,
Jack.
A fly snake just on the seat.
Ah, that's amazing.
Jack, I just want to ask, is it touch and go? Is it worth me casting my very bare eyes over?
You want to walk all the way up the hill to be the captain?
No.
Honestly,
Might
to
need
hit a
two of
toilet
them.
with a tractor tied down a hill
Or a
like
really
this
long
and to
one.
not annihilate it is very
oh, the
remarkable.
other thing you could do with this is you could put, essentially double up and also buy a magnetic strip for one side of it and put any of the metal utensils attached to the magnetic strip so they're stuck in place by everything.
Oh, wonky donkey.
Like not even in a
Oh,
drawer,
could be
they're
going
just hanging there
trampoline,
where it needs
maybe.
to be.
Could hit tram.
Ooh, that does look...
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Because then, it looked like you had either a marble backsplash or at least one that has like faux marble over it.
At the end of this video, we're
Tile.
going to send
Okay.
down 100 car tires with
That
like 50
you
people
wouldn't want
all
to
at the
drill
same
into
time,
it to
all
put one of
at
those
that
things
stuff.
in. But if you're just drilling into the wood shelf, you can put it on the shelf and now you're good to go too.
I'm hooking that one. I deserve this because it's a heck of a hike to get up here.
Yeah. So now, if I'm gonna put stuff on top of it, it'd probably be, I don't know, coffee cups or something. Or probably
Well,
like
I was talking
tools.
for the side of it. Yeah, that's why I was saying the magnetic strip to hold the metal tools like spoons or pipe cleaners, whatever it is you use. I know there's going to be several.
That kick has helped the man a lot. What's it going to hit?
Because unlike me, you use complicated shit.
That was promising, but 0 points, I believe.
Start with the fresh morning donut.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Like, you know the only tool I needed to clean up my grinder?
Yeah,
A
very
sponge.
good early push. I like it.
Yeah, it's good
Because
stuff.
it's a mortar press.
Yeah, I've got brushes for that. But yeah, yeah. My priority is workflow, so I want to make it so that I can make whatever it is I'm going to make in the shortest amount of time.
Oh yeah, I was just thinking that because you were going to have more utensils and stuff like that than I would.
That way, if I have to make 5 cups of coffee for people or whatever, I can, or 5 cappuccinos or whatever, I can do in a row, you know,
Yeah.
with as little work possible, and so that the tools help with that. You probably wouldn't want to grind coffee for 5 different people.
You'd have to say.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to do like different kinds of coffee, like, you know, a cappuccino for one person and Turkish for somebody else, and, you know,
Well, see, for
you
me,
have to grind everything to the size.
speed mattered to certain
15
people,
for
but
Heron
for
so far.
me,
Absolute
I
pathetic
was,
contact, but yeah, 10 points.
it was
Yeah,
always
no, I
about,
was
like,
disappointed.
making it the
Honestly,
best
Honestly,
quality
we could be standing down here and be schnicking
like,
our
honestly,
toes.
so,
We'd be
like,
fine. I mean, yeah,
if it took me a
Well,
little
that's always
longer,
been my first priority. My first priority is to make the best cup possible. And then once I achieve that, my priority is to reduce the amount of time necessary to make it possible. Because if I have to fuss around for 45 minutes to make a cappuccino, I'm not going to do it every day, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to reduce my...
well, I didn't think it was.
I think I get up 45 minutes early just so I can make a cappuccino.
Well, I didn't
So
think
I
it
try
was
to-
going to take you that long, but
Yeah.
but no, but
No,
more what
I
was
can do it
saying,
in 4 minutes now.
for me it would be, is there ever the best cup of coffee is there. Like, that would be my thing.
I'll wait for the boys
You can
to
ask my wife,
deliberate
it
and see what
drives
they
her
say.
fucking crazy. I hardly ever make the same thing the same way twice. Because I'm always trying to make it better. I'm always like trying to work on improving it. Like it's like unless I am intentionally following a recipe, I hardly ever do the same thing twice. Like I will change out things like little things like I'll change out the granulated sugar for confectioner sugar or brown sugar or honey or so on. And or mixtures thereof, or heating the honey and then saturating it with something and so on. Like because to
So with
me,
Dante,
like, go ahead.
are all the lines start with number 1 at the beginning of the canto, or are there numerical methods that start with its absolute line within the poem?
I would have to go look. I was just doing it on the word processor, honestly. It's just the way it worked. I don't know if Dartmouth does it that way intentionally because of the way that it needs to be studied, essentially like we're ending up doing it. Where we're having to go over 1 or 2 at most per, because there's just so much to go over even without the tangents. The maybe that you have to break it down like that. Because think about it this way, when you include the spaces like you do with numbering it out like this, you're going to be talking just in this one canto is 186 lines.
You can put a guess in here, and win with some flair.
So
right. Well, the reason I care, the reason I want to refer to everything with whatever the universal number is for that thing. Like so if it's Canto 34, line 1, or is it Canto 34 and then whatever line that is within the whole poem?
At least in all of the books I've seen, like there doesn't seem to be consistent. Not even all of them number it. Like some of it almost refer to it like chapter and verse within a canto. Like it seems to be all over the place. So I don't know if there is a consensus of what is appropriate. I could be wrong, but at least
that'd be a question for you, Chris, I think.
Yeah, because I've looked at so many commentaries now. I don't know what's considered like the academic consensus norm and what is just fringe stuff on Dante, because there's just so many of them.
Really want to stand on those strings.
Like it's critically important for Homer, for instance, because it's the only way you can like tell somebody like where you are in the poem. You have to use this universal method that they use. But with Dante, because he divides it up into cantos, it kind of makes it easier to number it starting with number 1 for each canto. But I don't know if that's the universal way of doing it, or if that's just
like I've seen it as different as canto and line. I essentially numbered it. And I've seen it like chapter and verse where it goes canto, then tercet number, then line within the tercet. So the third number is always 1 through 3.
Particularly the car tires, so if you can get 2 or 3, that's great.
I have seen it labeled all kinds of different ways in these commentaries, so I don't know which one's right.
Tires down towards those items.
To limit the search to a single canto, choose the cantica as described above and enter a single canto number in the canto box. To search for the introductory proemio to a cantico, enters 00 as the canto number. Interesting. What's a proemio?
I think that's the little title poetic line at the beginning of the canto. I could be wrong, but I think that's what that connects to.
All these people that are here today are basically
Proemio Generale
in Gore, New Zealand, and they reached out to us and said, we're going to do a Harry Phillips camp.
There's that little line
we're like, well, if you help us roll stuff down the hill, we'll come and say hello in person. So we went to camp the other night.
That isn't part of the canto, but it's considered part of the text.
Maybe I'll just ask ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, that would work.
By the way, ChatGPT is getting really good now. I finally paid for it.
Oh, I always knew it would get good. The problem is you can only go so far with a language model. It's not a true AI, so you're always going to have to double check it on extreme scholarly stuff. But on consensus stuff, it should probably be fine. Like when we got stumped and they didn't answer me quick enough in that other server, I even tried ChatGPT for that Malachi 3.3 one. And it wasn't able to do it because, like, we're talking about highly granulated topic that it didn't line up with even what the commentary we were reading said. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at all.
Incredible. That's got to be one of the best shots ever. It was like on this camera, I'm just like, I don't know where to look. It was a sea of tires going. So we've got to see the FTV footage. That was insane, everyone.
Okay. It's called the Canto Line Citation System. Widely used in classical medieval literature to provide precise references to specific passages within lengthy poetic works. It ensures that the readers and scholars can accurately locate and discuss particular lines within the text. Canto line, so that would mean it starts at 1 for each canto.
Okay, good. So at least with this one I made, it's not wrong.
So we would say Canto 4, line 5, or whatever.
Yeah.
I just thought there'd be, usually there's a name, like there's a David Packard system for, you know.
Yeah, I just didn't know which one was the right one because so many over the ages, because this is such an old work, have done it so many ways.
Like, I know that when I was reading Aristotle, there was a specific one. The Becker numbering system, Becker pagination, is what you use for Aristotle.
I didn't know the name.
With Plato, you have the Stephanus numbers.
I remember the numbers, I didn't know the name of the systems.
Okay, so chat.
Like, just to be fair.
No, I definitely remember the Stephanus system, because when I was translating Plato, we used it constantly.
Well, yeah, see, I think that's probably the difference here, because I wasn't ever translating, I was just reading
Yeah,
it.
right, yeah, exactly. But the thing is, it's not just translating, right? But if you're reading, like, for instance, when I was reading Heidegger, there was a numbering system for that as well.
Yeah, like I said, I remember the number.
If I'm reading, I don't know German, so if I was reading one English translation and someone else was reading the other English translation, the way we would be able to, like, share where we were in the text was by showing the number, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I remember the numbers in the books when I read them. I just had, like, I just didn't know they had a specific name. I just thought it was a general line numbering system, like I saw in so many documents all over the place. You know what I mean? Like I thought it had a name. I just didn't know it. You know, it's kind of like when, you know, if you were to ask a kid today what the Dewey Decimal System is, they're going to have no fucking clue. If they saw it, they'd be like, I'm sure it has a name, but they wouldn't know what it is.
Ah, here we go, finally. It's called the Petrocchi numbers.
Petrocchi numbers? Is that...
Named after the Italian philologist and scholar Giorgio Petrocchi, Petrocchi's edition of the Divine Comedy, published in 1966, is widely considered the authoritative text, and his system of numbering the lines and cantos has become the standard reference for scholars and students of Dante's work.
Okay.
Very good. Now I just need to find the Petrocchi numbers and put them in my
know
database.
what they're called. It'll be easy.
This is going to be a lot
and it'll be easy enough to go back, and since we're starting on Canto 4 with all of this to be correct, we only have to go back and correct 3 of them for a document we link in the description.
I'm gonna do it for 4, and then we'll try it next week.
Well, yeah,
and
I'll just and send me a link when you get the right numbers so that I can line up the numbers in the document that I create for presentation on the stream to.
So the Princeton Dante project uses Petrocchi numbers. The user is advised that the machine-readable version of the text is intended only for scholarly use by individuals. No reproduction for the text for distribution of any kind is permitted. Okay, blah, blah, blah. This text is an exact replica of the Petrarchy text. Its only divergence occurs in its form of punctuation, which accords with American rather than Italian usage. The text was copied circa 1985 by personnel from the Dartmouth Dante project. Interesting. Using the Kurzweil data entry machine. Is that Ray Kurzweil? Kurzweil data entry machine at Dartmouth College. What the fuck is a Kurzweil data entry machine? It'd be hilarious.
Apparently, we get through we are now getting to a even more granular level of textual comparison than we're used to. Jesus Christ!
Give me my measurement.
Yeah, what is a Kurzweil data entry machine? Yeah, it is Ray Kurzweil. That's hilarious. I mean, we kind of look at him as a kook these days, right? But he actually did real like computer work back in the day.
Give him the chair!
I say he's a kook, like he works for Google, like it's not exactly outside the mainstream. Kurzweil data entry machine consists of 4 basic units: a scanner. So hold on, what's the date for this? So this is 1983, okay, when he created this. A scanner, turning printed text into preliminary digital representation. So Kurzweil used a scanner in 1983, a digital scanner. A mini computer converting it into ASCII or EBCDIC, which I've never heard of.
Acidic. It was an old IBM encoding scheme that used 7 bits per character. I've run into it a few times.
A graphics terminal giving the user control over the way all of that is done. An intermediate random access storage unit for holding various information about the fonts being processed. I know David Packard did a lot of work from Hewlett Packard, did a lot of work to create Greek fonts and things so that we could have digital versions of the classics. He must have worked with Kurzweil. The main system for interactive conversion of printed text, post-process, that's amazing. 1983 he did all that. I mean, did they have digital cameras at that time?
What time?
1983.
Yes. Very rudimentary CMOS sensors had been developed at that point.
Kurzweil was already scanning texts and converting them into digital data.
Yep. Well, I mean, they managed to digitize Xerox machines back in the 70s, I think. It was a very slow process, but...
Interesting. Okay. So that's what we call the Petrarchy numbers.
And he's gone. Here he goes.
So you type, okay. So for instance, I'm going to paste this into the side chat. This is how you'd refer to Canto 19, lines 7 through 9.
Every meter matters. They do.
I guess PAR stands for Paradiso.
Caravan, boat, lawnmower, and what they call the barrelator. And I have to pick your
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going
So it's Canto dot and then the line numbers with dashes.
I just remember this, that when they were pushing it up here, it
Nice.
was about 4
Okay,
blokes
so if I go
moving
back to
2
my
meters.
database then,
That thing's not that good. The MTD B100 did not see this coming.
I would say
Currently bringing in a car
Inferno
for another video where we race 3 cars.
4.
Come on, MTDB/1001155/81. No, keep going right. It's all on you now, Stanford. Currently in turtle mode. We're gonna go up to the bunny. I
will say the pro of
I'll
this
be right
thing
back.
is it's heavy. The con of it is everything else.
I definitely never thought this would be our job, but here we go. Feel the rhythm! Feel the... Here we go, it's bobsled time! Running! Oh! Oh no! Tumble!
Wow! That's tumbling good.
Go for my lucky egg!
That is real tumble city. Oh no!
Oh, the air!
That is sick.
Oh, that's the greatest thing I've seen!
Oh, he's in the tree! He's in the tree!
Wow.
What a 30 seconds of my life that was. How good was the last jump before the little jump? Got FPV Seth locked in.
Well, it was going pretty good. You had some big gear off the lip there, but the tree unfortunately seems to have catched you.
It's bang on the 100. 100.0.
Johnson's up next, and I'm predicting it.
Genuinely, it could be this guy. It's a big box. It's pretty light everywhere except the base.
Johnson, I'm going to give you the caravan. And I think, boys, that is a valiant choice.
Dirty.
What's going on here? The story behind this caravan, it's been sitting at Camp Columba, which is the crew that's been helping us for a few years, and they're like, I'm gonna send it down rear first.
Yeah.
That's where the wheels are. See, the law of physics says this should just spin on a dime. If you've got that thing.
Oh, Skinny.
This guy's doing a marvelous job. He's really just understands the machinery.
Whoa, hello. Oh, boat. Oh, all right, see. Whoa.
Feels like it's ready to go, doesn't it?
You're getting some help.
Might use the machine, you know?
Is that a noodle moment?
Oh,
Caravan. Oh, it's gonna go.
give it a good nudge. Keep going! Keep going!
Where's it going?
Keep going! Stop!
Oh!
No, it hasn't stopped. Come on! No! Do I give it a push now?
Incredibly unlucky.
Just keep going. Just keep going.
I'm not opposed to walking down there and giving it a few more pushes.
Let's zap it.
What's the distance, Hen? 37.
37 goes on. All right, we're going to give it a little bit of a push.
It's messed up, but not as messed up as I'd like.
Just got to get over that rock.
I like it though. Back the other way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and he's on his way. Oh! Well, that's not in one piece anymore. I'll tell you what you got. You got jet ski.
Yeah, good. We've had some good history with jet skis, haven't we? Oh, it's out! It's out! Oh, yes!
Oh! Your shot off it, right? Your basketball shot off it.
Oh, unbelievable. Full speed, one-arm chuck. We never do it, but guys, contest. Drop one. What's been our best jet ski moment and why? Feel free to get very creative in your answers and we'll pick one and we'll probably pin it. We may pin it. We'll maybe pin ya if we remember. No promises. Sure you want to flip? Yep. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, no!
No! Oh, that's bad. It keeps on going.
Ooh, running out of gas.
Oh, pick up speed!
Don't do it to us, Polaris! Polaris!
Alright, you guys like that?
Pick up speed!
What?
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright, so what did I miss?
Oh, I don't know. There's a conversation on Mr. Bill's channel where talking about Nick Rakita and Hunter Biden.
Uh-huh.
Because I have a hard time seeing how anyone can complain about Nick Rakita, but then also think Hunter Biden was like righteously charged.
I don't even know who Nick Rakita is. That name is not.
He's a lawyer, YouTuber who got famous off the Rittenhouse trial, fucking defending the little murderous prick.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, he was right about Rittenhouse, but
No, he
Yeah.
wasn't. The law was even fucking wrong on this one because of the intentionality. Mens rea indicated that this is something he intended to create the situation. If we actually had an unbiased judge who allowed the fucking defense to make that argument, you would have actually had that ruling go very differently.
I think you mean the prosecution as opposed to the defense.
Or prosecution, correct? My bad.
Okay, that's what. Yeah, I was just trying to making sure I understood what you were saying.
I misspoke because that one just irritates the living piss out of me.
Yeah, no, that's the
Well,
that's the standpoint I've always had is like he clearly had a mental state of like he was going into it expecting conflict and he was going to find conflict.
Yeah.
So he was there to incite.
One of the people, yes, absolutely self-defense. The problem is the other two were not, because at that point he was the aggressor to the first one of the two, and the other one was in defense of the first one. Well, technically second one, but still. So the third one was in defense of the second one. So one was in the defense of another person against Rittenhouse, and Rittenhouse was the aggressor in the second one. So it's like even if he was on the defensive from the first one, after that he committed a crime, and therefore especially when you have the intent. That is the biggest part here, is the mens rea, that his intent was to do this. We know this was his intent because of all of his social media posts, which also weren't fucking allowed anymore. Where he's talking about trying to get into fucking problems in his own hometown.
Well, I didn't realize his social media was so.
Yep, he was violent before all this happened. Like he was itching for a fight for months before this went down.
Incriminating. That's the word I was looking for.
Anyway, was that he predicted that he would be acquitted on all charges.
Unfortunately, but I mean, I'll be honest with you. The second I saw the reaction from the judge on the first motion, from the prosecution, I knew what was going to happen. I had no doubt in my mind he was going to get acquitted because he was dealing with a freaking biased judge who was quite literally arguing for things against the defense, even though it was not his fucking job to do so. And even other judges who were making comments to the news saying this is inappropriate, but because he's a judge, there's little that they can do about it unless the Wisconsin Judicial Review says something about it.
Against the defense?
No, the judge. Because the judge
he
ruled against the prosecution. My bad. I keep saying that because he kept siding with Rittenhouse's side to the point where evidence that should have been presented against him was ruled prejudicial, despite the fact that it's quite literally connected to trying to seek out and engage.
Any of the jurors said they would rule differently if they know what they know now?
A couple of them have, yes. And the problem is you and I know with the way jury rooms work, if a couple of them change their mind, now you have the argument in there, and more than likely the arguments from within the room would have changed other minds.
Unanimity is difficult.
Yep.
Anyway, that's how he got famous, was predicting that trial. But he has since been caught with drugs in his house.
28 grams of cocaine.
Yeah, and a bunch of other drugs too.
Methamphetamine. I'm just more pointing out 28 grams of cocaine in various locations around the house. That is insane amounts of cocaine. The shittiest
That's
cocaine
honestly kind of impressive.
The shittiest cocaine in the world would kill you at 28 grams worth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also, he had guns in the house too. And that's the thing is
One
like
gun, not that was a misnomer. It was one gun. The others were in safes and shit like this. The issue was he had one long rifle that was like just out laying next to the
but in
bedrock.
order to buy those guns, he had to do the same thing that Hunter did, which is he had to say that he wasn't addicted to drugs. Right? So he did the same
I
thing.
don't know if the laws in his state are the same, but I think so. I think so. I think you're correct.
And actually, that was only one of 2 counts for Hunter, right? The other count was just that he had guns and drugs together. That's another thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that he checked the box. It was also
Which is
that
one of the same things that Rakita's getting charged with, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So it's hard to defend Rakita and attack Hunter. Like you've got to choose.
Not when you're an ideologue. It's real easy.
I just want to hear their reason.
I mean, if I could, with Bill, it is going to be because of the influence that Hunter could have had on because of Biden, because of Joe.
But that's not what.
I'm not. I'm predicting Bill here, not the reality. There's a difference. Right. With people like Rob, it is going to be because of federal alphabet soup interference. This is going to be his argument. I guarantee it.
Rob may just say
he'll blame
he
the
might
FBI or
throw
something.
Rakita under the bus in order to Hunter.
Maybe, but more than likely, considering his track record when shit like this has come up in the past, he's gonna blame shit like the FBI or the local police or something like that, as opposed to the person on his side. That's all I got. Is how he's done that to people in the past.
Well, I'm curious. I want to hear it.
We know what Phil would do. He'd just deflect.
What's Heron learned?
Let's see. I can't think of two. Gibbs is just going to be bombastic and say, you know.
I think Gibbs would throw. I think Gibbs would be consistent in one direction or another. He would either say he doesn't give a shit.
He doesn't dodge often, but when he dodges, he does the same bombastic shit, which is what I think he'd do on this one, because he aspires to be a lawyer.
He dodges when people are being aggressive against him, but he doesn't dodge typically when you're just talking to him. You know, he'll probably be like, "Yeah, I don't give a shit about the Hunter thing."
No, you're right. Not usually. You're right. I'm just saying, like, I personally think he will because he's an aspiring lawyer, which, God forbid anybody fucking hires that idiot. But like, I honestly think because he's an aspiring lawyer, he's going to show a little cognitive dissonance because he is going to put himself into Rakita's shoes, since he is also a hard drug user and alcoholic.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that Rakita got famous doing exactly the type of shit that he wants to do, I think he's gonna try and fucking defend it in some way.
Oh, here we go. So there's the pin, and then there is the B-ball hook. 290 meters. That's how far. Give it a rip.
They're always disappointed when they can't go after somebody like criminally.
I mean,
I mean, if Hunter gets probation, like, they'll be pretty outraged about it.
Oh yeah, no shit. It will be. The thing is he's probably going to get house arrest or something similar at most, because he's the president's son. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think he should be treated differently, but there is also different security concerns.
Yeah, his safety needs to be taken.
Yeah, so like, you know, I doubt they're dropping his ass in a prison cell. At most, he's getting house arrest and some kind of like.
Well, you can look at Paul Manafort's incarceration, right? Like,
not a sitting president's son. Not the same thing.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Manafort was given his own cell, separated out from everybody else. He actually had a permanent access to a telephone that was in his cell with him. He had a library of books with him. He had a way of getting online, even though he wasn't technically online, but he had some kind of a workaround. I think his workaround was that he could use his phone to tell people, okay, tweet this or that, whatever. So those are the kind of accommodations that if Manafort can get that shit, then surely Hunter Biden.
Well, yeah. All I was just gonna say is, I think Manafort got those considerations due to other things that he did that Biden did not. And honestly, I think just on a security concern, it's going to be house arrest at most, or some similar type of external confinement that does not
Honestly, I think it'd be better for the Democrats if he goes to prison, like regular prison. Like, obviously, with the same kind of like accommodations that Manafort got, but not necessarily house arrest or probation or any of that. Like, if he just straight up went. Especially if Trump, as it turns out, doesn't go to prison. Like, odds are he's just going to get probation.
But here's the thing: as much as it would make my heart glad to see that fucking Cheeto prick in prison, you and I both know that realistically, with our security concerns, with the issues that somebody like hit with his advanced age and his ridiculous fucking mouth would face in prison, we know that's not realistically possible. It's just not.
Well, again, they could do the same thing for him that they did for Manafort. They could even do more. They could give him a whole wing to himself. They could do that.
They could,
but I don't think New York. The thing is, I'm just saying, I don't think the New York charges are enough for him to get prison time. It's a first offense. He's going to be at the bottom of the range of possibilities, and I don't think.
Well, okay, let me rephrase: jail or prison, because there is a slight distinction. But yes.
Yeah, I don't think he.
Yeah.
I don't think he did. I just don't think. Maybe the other charges, like it's possible in Georgia that he could get real prison time, but the New York thing, I don't think so.
Yeah, that is. I would love for us to throw his punk ass in prison, but both of them.
At this
if
point,
I'm honest with
after the election, as long as he loses, I don't give a shit.
No, but here's my thing.
Either way,
I'm also realistic.
I really don't care.
Well, this is my thing. I would like it because it's what would be just. See, I know, but you're just be like, I don't care because at that point it's not a concern. It is to me because he still has influence at that point. Whereas I think if we actually put his ass on house arrest, or similar, parole, probation, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I have the sneaking suspicion that this will actually be enough to change his level of influence within the party to where at best he now becomes a wannabe kingmaker in exile who at best is going to make a state level person.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's still like that's enough for me because we're not getting him in prison. We're just not. You and I both know that's not happening for all kinds of reasons beyond just the security, the political concern. Just imagine the political capital it would take to put his ass in prison. What other fights do we have to give up on to do that?
Right.
No, that's just not realistic. So, like, with that into consideration, I want him convicted and on house arrest at the very least, because that minimizes it. That matters. If we could throw him in prison, that'd be better. But again, I don't think that's plausible. And here's the thing: I agree that Biden's son belongs in prison too for multiple reasons. One, because the charges that he has been charged with have actually been minimized from what the things that they have evidence of him doing because of his position of birth.
Can afford good lawyers, if nothing else, which is not
Yeah.
true of most athletes.
And honestly, I believe he too deserves quote unquote prison time because of the simple fact that his crimes justify it. He too would get the same level of treatment that Trump would, though, because we understand security concerns and all that other shit. Like we have to be realistic about that, or like it just immediately disappears. Like, 'cause
I
you know
just
if you push
really,
too hard that you make people not want to convict him at all.
you couldn't have come up with a better narrative for this, really, honestly, than this, because it's a gun charge, right? You're forcing Republicans to go hard on a gun charge,
Yeah.
which is a charge that if it was anybody else, they would say is anti-2A. And if anything, it creates a little complication in their narrative, you know? Because if they go too hard on saying, "Oh, gun charges are serious things, man, we should take that seriously," you know, they don't want that used against them the next time. You know,
Well,
these are the kinds of laws that they would like to see off the books.
Honestly, if you want that one, go for those fucking 2A absolutists like fucking Ranger.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that.
Actually, Ranger is pretty intellectually honest, so I can see him like, and also he doesn't like.
He's not.
No, I just mean to say he's anti-Trump. Like, there's not much opportunity for contradiction here. I can easily see him say, "Yeah, I don't like the Biden verdict. I think he should have been."
He actually has. I've seen a couple of his streams where he's specifically taken that stance, where calling the Hunter Biden verdict, effectively an attack on Second Amendment rights.
Right. Yeah. See. Yeah. He's honest that way. I think, and intellectually consistent. I like Ranger. I disagree with him.
No, I like Ranger too, but like, I know there's no way he can actually hold to anything but like this 2A absolutism, because to him, like, he agrees with Scalia's point that the shall not be infringed is the primary portion of the law, which I don't understand how even linguistically you can argue this. That is the primary clause of the amendment, and therefore the well-regulated militia portion is only a prefatory clause, which makes it subordinate to it. Which I don't understand how you get there without the argument of don't create a weapon that you don't want used against you later. Like, that's the only thing that I can be consistently logical on and hold the position that he does. Because otherwise, this guy committed a gun crime, like a massive gun crime. Why are we not doing something about it? And when I mean massive gun crime, it's because of the places where he did this. The laws are actually stricter than most other places.
Right.
And for me, Hunter Biden belongs in jail or on house arrest. Trump belongs in jail or on house arrest. Manafort, honestly, isn't where he belongs, in my opinion, because of the simple fact that
he's home. He got released for humanitarian reasons during COVID. They said they couldn't keep him safe from COVID, so they let him go.
No, but see, for me, because
and
of the crimes he
was
committed, he should have been in Lebanon.
Yeah, I agree. Of all of them, of everyone in Trump world that was getting arrested, like for the Mueller report and all that kind of stuff, of all of them, Manafort was the one I wanted to see bite it the most.
Well, but
Because he
it's not only
literally
where he
made
went to. I wanted him in Leavenworth. I wanted that signal sent. If you fuck around like this, we don't just throw you in prison. We throw you under the fucking prison.
No, that won't get it done, though.
right.
Bareback.
I mean, yeah. But I mean, yeah, that guy. Fuck. I mean, all that stuff that's happening in Ukraine right now, you can thank Manafort for that.
I'll still think Kissinger more than Manafort, but I agree nonetheless.
I mean, he was their lawyer that allowed them to do all that shit.
Well, but it's also
He was a Yanukovych guy, and he made sure that he stayed in power.
well, yeah, but if we go all the way back to the initial cause of this, we can see Kissinger's fingerprints on the start of this fucking train, and I think that matters. If you actually
What does
look,
Kissinger have to do with Ukraine in particular?
with Kissinger's foreign policy, specifically into countries that were bordering Russia, we can see Manafort pretty much following that metric down to the letter of trying to create a particular puppet state that would support either NATO or at least be neutral between NATO and Russia.
That's the opposite of Manafort. Manafort was Yanukovych. He worked for Yanukovych. He was there to make sure that Putin's guy was in power. He was anti-NATO, anti-West.
Yes, I guess I misspoke. What he was originally meant to be doing there, and what he did wrong as a crime. Because his original mandate over there was to maintain the buffer state, if you remember correctly, as given to him as orders from over there by his fucking firm. Do you not remember that part of the trial?
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what you mean by.
He did something
Like,
against
how's that
not only
Kissinger?
because Kissinger's model was to do that. That was what he was sent over to do. Then he betrayed not only his company, like the whole reason that we thought that was an okay thing to do is because we had been manipulating these governments for so long, trying to create these buffer states. His firm intentionally was following the same State Department plan written under Kissinger's fucking guidance on these processes of trying to do so through legal means as opposed through subversive means, because we were trying to do it in what was considered a transparent and therefore more ethical way of doing so, despite the fact no ethical way of doing such a thing is possible. Do you not see the connection between Kissinger and doing the same thing across?
I mean, you're saying that he was supposed to push Ukraine towards the West,
and
then once he
betrayed
got
it.
there, he flipped.
Yeah. Which is why he's in
So
prison.
he betrayed Kissinger, is what you're saying.
He betrayed Kissinger, but it's also the whole model that we thought it was okay to try and manipulate countries in this way that created the opportunity for him to be able to be flipped. Yes. And I blame that for Kissinger because we had multiple.
I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. I just don't agree with it, but I understand.
Well, because we had multiple joint chiefs that were pushing against Kissinger, trying to stop us from doing this type of governmental manipulation at all. And Kissinger was like, well, here's the ethical way to do it, and pushed us into doing it more than we ever had in the past. Because now we're doing it ethically. How do you ethically manipulate governments into being your puppets? How is there any way to ever do that ethically? I can't think of any.
Okay, I'm going to ask ChatGPT about that final tercet. Is it considered to be part of a quart tercet quatrain?
I think it's supposed to be quatrain. I
Or
may be using
is
the wrong
it
word.
an independent line? Huh? What?
I think it's supposed to be quatrain, but I could be using the wrong word. I know that's a four-line thing, but I don't know if that's what it is in Italian.
No, it is because it's English. Like tercet is what we call it in English. So a quatrain is what we would call it in English as well.
Okay.
Gaunson, what the stuff? If he misses, that is just
Each canto ends with a single line that is not part of a quatrain. This concluding line is often referred to as the tercina finale. Follows the rhyme scheme of the preceding tercets, but stands alone. So, that means...
it is a postscript, essentially.
That means, yeah, Dartmouth is wrong. They should have... It should be considered its own line. No, how does it rhyme, though? What does it rhyme with?
Probably rhymes in Italian. Remember, not all of this rhymes once it's translated to English.
I'm looking at this now. What, hold on, I'm gonna look and see what at least...
Are you looking for a specific line in the Italian to rhyme?
Yeah, it rhymes with 151 rhymes with 149. So it's so normally it's ABA.
Find my.
Normally it's
find
ABA,
my
but in this
Italian
case it's
copy.
ABAB. The added line rhymes with the middle line of the previous tercet.
Sorry, are we on Canto 3? No, we can't be.
It's 4.
I'm on Canto 4.
So it's schema, duca, trema, luca.
Okay, so la sesta campagna in due si schema per altra via mi mena il salvia duca fuor della queta nell'ora che trema il vegno in parteo venon che luca. Yeah.
So with the rhyme scheme, I can see how one might see this as a quatrain, because it has an ABAB rhyme scheme.
Yeah.
It's tempting, even though ChatGPT said it's an independent line. I don't know which one I'm going to go with.
Ask what source it's using to say it's an independent line, and then we can go to that source and figure out why it's saying that.
Yeah, because like every tercet ends in an ABA scheme. So 145 through 47, it's a piano tema meno, Tolmeo Gallieno feo, quale Orfeo morale, pone tale zenone. So yeah, like the first and last lines in each tercet rhyme. The middle line generally doesn't. So giving the middle line of the final tercet a final rhyme in the last line, I think would qualify that to be a quatrain.
Apparently, Singleton's commentary argues that it's an independent line.
Would you like to finish? I'm telling you, 15 actually sounds really weird to say, but it's like...
I guess that would be is Singleton the gold standard then.
What are you doing, Harron? We need to get to the golf game, particularly me. I'm like...
Here we go. Here's what Singleton says. Each canto ends with a single line, not part of a tercet, which serves to bring the canto to a close. This line, while maintaining the tercerima rhyme scheme, stands independently as not integrated into a quatrain or a subsequent stanza. For a more specific citation...
I actually did just discover a pattern that I hadn't noticed prior, which is in each tercet, the middle line, the last word of the middle line, rhymes with the first and third lines of the following tercet. So you end up with rhyme schemes of 3 lines interwoven, which means that this last line is really just following the already established pattern.
Okay, I'm going to do the independent line then, because that means it continues regardless of the structure of the tercets.
Yeah.
So, probably continues on to the next canto, actually.
That would be the next test. If the last line starts the initial structure of the next canto, that would mean that it is irrespective of the tercets.
Actually, let me take a look at that, because if that's the case, then the I guess the second line. You know, the rhyme scheme does not continue between the cantos because
So
5.
Then yeah, it is.
Yeah, 5 does not have an.
Finisher.
Yeah, 5 does not contain a rhyme with dukkha. I'll be right back.
No, so that would absolutely, in my opinion, make it a postscript essentially.
Get down, keep rolling. Hack job to get anywhere close.
So you would say the rhyme scheme starts with A, then, not with continuing from the previous.
Well,
so since Testa and Testa are both A, and so Ricosi is B,
well, see,
and
here's the
Mosi
thing.
is B, and
According to
Fosi is B.
Well, see, according to what Ancom just said, from what he's saying in the Italian, it would no longer just be AB. So now it would be ABA, then it would be BCB.
I know.
Yeah, it would. So it's now
That's what I've already put that down. Let's see.
I can't see your screen, so that. Sorry.
Hold on, I'll give you a link.
I can see the green. Dante fly for shot number 10. We are well and truly in the shadowy play. Out there, Cinder's land.
Okay, the link's in the side chat.
Go good, Pete.
Honestly, my goal is to beat Dante.
That's me, Toad.
Oh man, that's going to be annoying to put them all in. But yeah.
No, that's just it. You're not going to have to look at everything because you'll be able to reorder the columns. So if there's some columns you're not going to care about and some columns you're going to want to use, and you just drag them to where you want them to be.
Oh, I was just meaning, even though we're going to be able to copy this for every canto after, because it will follow that same scheme, just the initial putting in through all of it is
Initially, yeah, but I'm already starting to get a little bit more efficient at it. I only have to do one canto per week anyway.
Well, the thing is you'd be able to copy your column C here directly over for next week and never do it again.
Yeah. Same thing for column A.
Yeah, well played.
Also true.
Oh no! Losing concentration. He thinks he's just got it. Do you want a wedge now? Because this is not puttable.
I wonder if it ever varies from the rhyme scheme though.
2-degree loft per 60.
Well, I mean, we'll figure that out when it comes to it, but if it's following this scheme across at least these two cantos, then it is going to probably, if it does change, it's not going to change until we get into Purgatory.
Go down. Go to. Oh, tough lie though. Right up against the rock. Oh, big. Oh no. This game will never end. It is in a shocking spot. Heads up, everyone.
God, this video. This is what I mean. Like, I don't know if this is particularly what I'd want to go down in history for, but imagine being multi-millionaires for running around trying to play golf on the side of a fucking mountain. Or dropping stuff off of like a hydroelectric dam.
You going quick in that scoreboard, Oak? How are you getting the worst lies? Oh. Gonson, take a moment. Think this one through. Oh, Putter's out. Oh, gee, it's just hang on. Toby's been keeping score all day. Look at him. What a silhouette. What can you tell me about me and Heron's difference? I need to pick up. Go wrong very easily. I mean, you've given me a sniff when I thoroughly deserved no sniff.
Come on down. Come on down. Oh. Shit. He's finished his day. He's the clubhouse leader. Me and Callaway 4 went through a lot together. I'm going to cherish him forever. And I'll probably lose him on my first drive of my next peel. Is that 2 shots? That's it. Yeah, let's do that.
I think I'm gonna run out of letters.
Then it becomes AA and AB.
Nope. Ooh. Come down.
Either that or we can have Despy do it next time. And the rhyme scheme be in the Asian characters because they have more letters.
Yeah, or you can just go to Greek letters. I think typically you go to Greek, right?
Oh, I always just double up letters, but yeah, Greek would be a way to go to.
Because I think Gen Alpha, we ran out of letters, right? We got to Z, and so went to Gen Alpha after that.
I just found it interesting that we didn't go with Gen Y for millennials.
Well, we did.
Did we? I didn't think that ever.
Another name for millennials is Gen Y.
Oh,
Before we came up with the name millennial, like as Gen X was happening, that was one of the names that was constantly.
That was sort of the placeholder. We called them Gen Y until a more organic name like presented itself.
And this is why.
Well,
Gen
it was
X
interesting because
this is why Gen X is forgotten about. We're still Gen X. We never had anything crazy significant enough in our generation to give us a unique name like every other generation.
No. Gen X was the unique name because there
that's what I was going to say, because it was considered the 10th generation since the founding of the country.
Yeah, I'm still okay by that. That's bullshit to me. Because
well, yeah, but I think that's why it was named that way.
Then why wouldn't it be the Centennials or something like that?
Well,
the bicentennial or something.
I thought X was cool.
I suppose.
These things are normally organically just like Gen Z became Zoomers.
Well, that and it's also people forget that originally generations did not operate on a set time frame like they do now either. That's been retroactively changed. Originally, generations would span anywhere from 7 to 12 years.
Yeah, I thought generations were I know before recent times it was usually considered about 20 years just because that was about the average, the average age at when.
Where we named it as this generation blank. Since we named it like that, it has evolved into a standardization. Originally, it was not.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was figuring prior to the modern way of conceiving generations that it would have been around 20 years since that's the average age at which people tended to have kids. Obviously, that's increased now, but.
Well.
Oh, okay. There's a tradition for this. It's you go lowercase.
Okay.
So after Z, it's lowercase a.
It wasn't the angle we deserved, but it's the angle. Hey, slow-mo guys. The slow-mo guys.
Which I find interesting because I almost never see that. I almost always see the double letter after that.
Yeah. But not with rhymes.
44 club. Bye.
Most poems aren't long enough to hit this point.
Right.
Because most of them don't follow this much of an interweave. Eventually, it stops and then you can restart somewhere else in the middle.
Derek is not here, but we have someone to replace. Two people. Oh my God, is everybody? In our endless.
It'd be interesting to see what Eucharist thinks of this.
Of what we're doing, or the fact that we're now standardizing like we should have to begin with.
Uh, no, about this rhyme scheme, about what if he knows about, because Tertsarima, surely they've had this issue. Like someone's had to solve it. So I'm just going on what ChatGPT said. Like for all I know, it's wrong. So I don't know. We'll see.
You know, the good old AI bullshit machine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. AI is pretty darn good right now when it comes to
Yeah. I
But
was
that
just because
it can
I
make
was hearing someone making the argument that instead of hallucinations, we should just call it what it is, bullshit.
Oh yeah. Sure. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, I went through this with Wikipedia. Like I've fought my colleagues for years on whether or not Wikipedia was a tool that students should use, and I was always pro Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And
Well, the reason I'm fine with Wikipedia is because of how dedicated they are to getting proper sources and citing those sources. Whereas GPT, I've tried to ask it for what sources it was using for a response, and it just gives me nonsense. Like it cites titles of papers and authors that that don't exist, or like the author isn't who wrote the paper wasn't about the subject, the DOI reference was completely out of nowhere.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to say. Like just because the same thing happened with Wikipedia, is you should use it as a tool so long as you fact check it, right? As soon as you go deep, 'cause
Yeah.
that way you can discover the limitations of it as you go.
Yeah,
And
I think that GPT can be a little more difficult to fact check directly, just because it doesn't give you those sources, and so it like, yes, it can be a starting point, but I feel like as starting points go, I'd prefer to start with Wikipedia, get what I can from there, and then maybe ChatGPT can give more particular context.
yeah. So I'm already on S. I think I'm gonna run out of lowercase letters.
The fuse is lit, boys. I thought you guys were around the right. No, it's science is starting now, so we're gonna.
What is it that you're writing that you're needing, like,
He's got the
The
these
rhyme
bullet points
scheme
for?
for the Tertsarima and a canto.
Oh, right, yes, okay.
An 8-minute fuse or something? Oh, we got a bit. Can I get a cup of tea on?
Like you can watch it happening live.
The suspense really builds.
Yeah, if you go into the link I sent, you can see it.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't realize you had a Google Doc open for it.
Two Australians and the Englishman, and then all the Americans are over there. Gavin's rental car will be our rock.
And Longfellow, the rhyme scale is just gonna be question marks. Because like sometimes it just doesn't make any sense.
I'm not gonna do rhyme scheme for the translation because I don't care about that. I'm not studying Longfellow. And Z. There we go, Z and Z. Okay, so that is interesting. It goes all the way to Z on the lower.
Sorry about that, Meg.
It could be any second.
I wonder if that's on purpose. It goes to the alphabet exactly twice.
I mean, it could have been. Although
I mean, that just means there are 52 rhyme schemes, like, because the Italian alphabet in the 14th century was not the same as the modern English alphabet, or even the modern Italian alphabet.
Over the hill and far, far away. Yeah, buddy. Job done, mate. You live another day.
Now, on the flip side, since he is very much into the supernatural, it'd be interesting to see if there is a significance to the number 52 in numerology around this time. Maybe that's why.
After lowercase z, you go to lowercase aa.
Wait, so you don't double up, you go to lowercase, but then you start double. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, that's just whatever. That's tradition.
Is this like you've had one each?
We must do what those before us have done.
Must we?
That's what tradition is.
We get him stitched up. Maybe we'll
Tradition is peer pressure from previous generations.
But it's also about communication, right? So if you tell someone to go to AA,
I'm mostly messing with you, Rich.
They're going to go to a different place than somebody else. Yeah. But this is my I run into these arguments unironically all the time. People saying that they want to change conventions or whatever. But then when you change conventions, you create confusion whenever you look at a work that was published prior to the convention change. So we should
but on the flip side,
try to avoid it.
as
Unless the convention change provides some benefit that outweighs the confusion, which can happen.
Yes. I mean, effectively, we're about to say, I was about to say the same thing. For me, it is, as an old white guy, not long before I end up being an old dead white guy.
Why I wanted to head that off by saying that we already agree on that.
Yeah, it's like, because, man, there's some of these conventions that we need to get the fuck rid of as quickly as humanly possible. Like, honestly.
Like human sacrifice?
I mean, besides the joking on that one, but, no, there are certain things like that, as far as, seem ludicrous to us now, but did it back then. I think there are certain things that we're doing now that in as little as 20 years we're going to look at as completely ludicrous. And we need to start getting rid of it, because we've been doing it for so long at this point that we don't really have an excuse.
The best example of this is metric system, right? Like we should have gone to that a long freaking time ago.
Well, like, and getting rid of Linnaean taxonomy. We should have gotten rid of that
Like,
a long time ago.
For instance, my favorite example of this is the European space, the Beagle, whatever, that was tried to go to Mars, and it crashed on Mars, and it turns out it was because some part of its code was using the British, imperial metrics, the imperial system instead of metric.
Yeah, they used, I believe, feet instead of meters was the situation there.
Yeah. So that's the kind of bullshit you could avoid if just everybody went metric.
Yeah.
Which I understand in the world of science, we've already gone metric, but still, the fact that people romantically just don't want to give up their measurements. I mean, as annoying as it is, we should probably go to Celsius instead of Fahrenheit, for instance.
Well, and it's also like, the reason I brought this one up is taxonomy. Linnaean taxonomy is still how we tend to name stuff to this day. Despite the fact that Linnaean taxonomy had failed before 1950. When we're having to create suborders and superorders and superorders and subsets of superorders and subfamilies and all of this other stuff to create all of these extra delineation points, rather than the traditional ones, which it has the what was it, the drunken kangaroos punching kids on family game shows, mnemonic for the
I love that one.
Going through that, we have had, if we were to create that mnemonic today, it would be like a paragraph long. Because we have added so many areas in between. Pretty much the only thing we haven't added new is a domain. And we might even be doing that on certain cases. So that's one of these conventions that need to go out the window. The reason that we do not change it is, one, the reason that you give, it will be so confusing. It's fucking confusing now, asshole! I study this shit for fun and I find it confusing. What the fuck do you mean? This is absolutely a confusing thing.
Wait, tell me the example. Wait,
taxonomy.
What was it?
Linnaean taxonomy, created by Carolus Linnaeus back in the 1700s. What we base the binomial names we give creatures, or technically longer than my binomial names.
Yeah, but like we simplified to binomial. So like Homo sapiens, that is the ending of a Linnaean taxonomical
That would be such a
standard
heavy
for
lift
humans.
to change all that.
Well, no, because we would still end up with essentially the same principle of a binomial name at the end, but we would no longer be beholden to a antiquated system where we keep having to add extra steps in the middle at almost arbitrary points because we're trying to fit within a system that has been antiquated for almost 100 years at this point, yet we just keep holding on to it because of convention. It goes too far sometimes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how you would change it.
Honestly,
like how you would get people to go along.
Well, honestly,
you know what it would be called, don't you? Instantaneously, it would be called woke taxonomy.
Oh, probably, but more than likely, as far as like how to do it, most people in the scientific world who study biology in this way, they're already the ones who are saying the same thing I am, is that it needs to change. It is the rest of the scientific authority, the people who are not biologists and zoologists and all that stuff, that are basically pushing against it. And because the group right now that is saying this is a problem and is causing so much, as we learn, especially as we start getting genetic components into mapping this phylogenetic tree, like we are learning that the like it is just woefully insufficient and has been for a very long time. We have been, at least in the scientific world, they've been saying this since at least 1972, Rich.
Yeah, sure.
I was 3 when this argument started, and we still haven't changed it.
Well, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. It would be very difficult because it involves
a bunch of people
getting your average person to fundamentally change what they call these things.
No, because the average person has no idea what any of this is. This is all about trying to change stuffy old codgers in fucking ivory towers who don't do biology, who don't want to have to fucking buy a bunch of new textbooks. Like, seriously, that is who is pushing against it, are people who do not even study the field, Rich.
Right, sure.
Like, we're not even talking the average person. The average person has no fucking... Anybody who's watching who's not a fucking complete bio nerd or anthro nerd, how many of you understand taxonomic fucking processes? Give me a comment below if you actually understood what the fuck I've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. Because most people have no fucking clue what Linnaean taxonomy is. At most, they understand the binomial naming because they read a National Geographic once.
Yeah, sure.
Like, and that's if they even realize that is a very specific thing, since now we do things like, instead of usually using Latin binomial naming, where now we have started naming shit in English and other languages into these binomial portions. Or directly adding a romanization onto a name, like adding I after a K to create Blackie Eye for Turum Black Ups, for example. So like it became a Blackie Eye construction because of the Latinization for it. Because it was I forget the name of it now, but it's one of the primates that has the suffix Blackie Eye, because he was the guy who found it. And that's something that we actually have to take into account on this. We have already been changing it, but we're constantly constrained to changing it within a certain amount, or not allowing to be published on the subject.
Yeah, you're better off doing it all at once, because if you change it a little bit at a time, then
I agree.
like anytime you go back historically to read a document, you're gonna have to like
Know the context of what was changed when.
yeah.
No, I completely agree with you, but that is also something because of naming convention, and it would be confusing is why they push against it, as opposed to we have already created a broken system that is confusing to the people who study it most. So what
Well, this
makes
is
you
what I
think,
mean by you have to minimize the amount of confusion you create, which means you have to do it all at once, make it all one thing.
Yeah.
And then, but also like you have to be able to show that the confusion you create is less valuable than the clarity you create by going to the new system.
like I said, I believe that they've been showing that for almost 50 years now.
Yeah, I agree. I believe you. Yeah, I don't have a
Um,
problem with that.
and that's my point. Is like
I'd be
it's
fine
too
with
slow.
that kind of a change. You know, just like
Yeah.
I'm fine with. But also, I think if we bit the bullet and did the the switch over to the metric system decades ago, then we'd be fine. Like we wouldn't have any kind of like
I think
problems.
this one's going to be slightly different because if we did pull the lever and switch everything to metric immediately, we would actually start to. Don't get me wrong, there would be confusion on our side, but I believe we would end up start realizing how much less confusing it is when we're no longer having to write translation programs and conversion programs to deal with other systems.
Right, unless you're dealing with historical data. Yeah.
So like, I have this, and this is a suspicion. This is not based on evidence other than anecdotal. I just have that suspicion that when we simplify the system, that it will be easier because we're completely removing one system and therefore only having to deal with a singular system.
Right.
And like the exchange variables between two systems is always exponentially more than any one system has variables within itself.
Say a big number, Scott.
Right.
Well, just by definition, because you end up having to convert, as you're crossing at least 1 to 1, sometimes 2 to 1 on certain issues. Now that being said, it is one of those interesting concepts that I personally think, since he did not end up getting to do what he wanted to do anyways, I think Carter should have bit the bullet and spent the political capital and got it done, honestly. Because he didn't actually pull off what he truly wanted to.
I don't know what authority he has to make that change. Would that have just been something he could have done
He was pushing
at the
for
agency level, or would require some kind of legislation?
He would have been able to do it at the agency level at the very least, and in doing so, that would have allowed just for the trickle down effect of, well, this is what the government does. We interact with the government. We got to do the same type of shit. Like
Yeah,
just
that's true. Private sector would have followed. Yeah.
eventually, and I think since he wasn't able to pull off what he
Especially
wanted with
NASA.
healthcare, yeah, I think because he wasn't able to pull off what he wanted with healthcare and a few other situations, I think he should have spent the political capital. I think he had it to spend by the end of his presidency, and he should have done it.
It could have got more. Did you see how far?
Because by
Wait,
now,
what do you mean?
before the end of his presidency, I think he could have.
Jimmy Carter?
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't have a whole lot of capital at that point.
Enough to get this by it.
He was super unpopular.
Yeah, but this is changing something in the government. This wouldn't affect
Yeah,
it.
no, I think he could have.
Yeah, I think he could have pulled this off since he wasn't able to pull off all the other shit he wanted.
I just don't think it would have required political capital. It just he has the authority to do it, so he can do it. Now, whether or not Reagan
I'll be
would
back in a
reverse
few
it again
minutes.
at the end, that'd be a different story.
I personally think that when you're president, even on your way out, anything you're spending is political capital. Like because you.
Well, capital implies that you lose. You've spent something that's like once you spend it, it's gone, right? But if this is something he has the authority to do, that wouldn't require capital to do it. He would just
Well,
do
with the what I'm saying is, with the benefit of hindsight, we know it wouldn't have been anything, but he would have spent the political capital at the expense of. He would have essentially been hated even more. We know he's hated anyways, so why not do it and make the country a better place to get it done? Is my point.
Well, he was hated. I think he's loved now.
By some, I don't know if that's universal. I don't know. A lot of people
Well,
just don't talk.
nothing's
about
universal, but his favorability is like extraordinarily high. Last I looked.
But is that just because a bunch of people aren't voting anymore and a bunch of others died out? Because a lot of people don't know Jimmy. Like that's what I mean. I don't know.
That's what I mean. People know him primarily as, you know, the guy who wiped out the tapeworm, the guy who's like constantly rebuilding, like building houses. You know, he's got that picture of him holding that hammer, you know, all the time. That kind of stuff. Yeah, he's
okay.
He's known for being kind and for being a Christian, and you know, and doing the things that the Gospel's, you know, message says that you should do. That's the kind of stuff that he's known for. So Christians like him, even like, it's just there's no political reason, like there's no propaganda effort being made to like put his name in the dirt anymore. And so people who
I think he could have spent it 100%, because especially with that benefit of hindsight, because I just figured he just wasn't talked about because he was hated for so long, and then he was forgotten like so many others before.
Yeah. And also, he's loved by Palestinians.
I actually had forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Party's over, folks. Very dead. Mirabal is put.
He's the one president who stood up for them. Rhetorically, at least.
Yeah.
Give him the chair.
It's just it's interesting to think about all this stuff, because like everyone's like, oh, you know, we have so great here, and a lot of things we do, but at certain things it's like, imagine how much better our country would be if we were not just obstinate and tried to go against the grain on every little thing, to the point where our students weren't suffering when they tried to go to school, raw shit like that.
Oil away. Oil away. Get sick. Oh, it's gonna go wheels down. No, it's not. Or is it?
Oh, Homer's going to be in the next canto.
Nice. I forget what line it is I was reading in for, but I was sitting there and I instantly thinking, Beckett would be great to read a couple of them, because it's going to sound great with the accent.
No back support stand, but
Sure.
can sit. As long as there's some push on the tush.
The problem is I'm asking a dyslexic person to read, so I'm kind of being a dick.
What do we want? When do we want it?
Well, I was thinking we could like reread some of the things if we wanted to and record them and kind of overlay them if we have to, if we're having trouble with the reading, because it's usually our first like pass.
I don't mind that, like, if we wanted to edit it later, but like, I almost think it feels better like this, because first of all, it shows we're not like experts in everything, and we're definitely not public speakers in the same way that a lot of the people who do this are, where we're trying to come at this intellectually as opposed to like ideologically. I think that's beneficial to the students who may potentially watch it in the future. I mean, and this is the hope that they're the ones who even give a shit about it. You know what I mean?
Screen is on.
Sure.
Straight on.
I mean, we're going to get better as we go. I think we'll produce better documents at least. And I was thinking maybe we could even put some of our comments like in footnotes to this edition that I'm trying to create right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know how to use those spreadsheets for this kind of shit. I can do it for math.
Does that mean we're getting the iPhone next to give it a true comparison?
You don't have to do anything to it particularly. You can just read it.
Oh no, but what I mean is just like making sure that everything gets in the right spot. Is it just clicking the right boxes still and all that, or because like it's going to change sizes and all that when you start adding comments and commentary.
Pretty straight. Hooking, going somewhat towards the car.
Like, I think that's why a lot of the books put the commentary, like, at the bottom of the page or at the beginning or end of the cantos, because, like, to put it all on the sides would just be so much.
Stuff me, guys, that was close to the rental car.
No. You can do a note.
I reckon the footage will start
You can
out
do
okay,
like an
and then
associated
we'll
note
start spinning wildly.
with each cell has a note they can attach to it. I already have a note. If you go in to where it says line on the top left, look at cell A1. Do you see that little yellow thing in the corner?
We're going the world's strongest laptop. Lappy! Now we know nothing about this. When we go to the larger
Oh, okay.
And if you hover over it, then you'll see a little note pop up that says Patriarchy numbers.
Okay, yeah, and, I mean, I'd be slightly annoyed to read it, if those are particularly long, but, I mean, at least then it doesn't, like, start messing up our lines and columns and stuff.
I think we might even be able to put hyperlinks in those notes, but we'll see.
Okay. Now we have to find some place to host the documents where people can just grab them all the time.
Right, one thing at a time. Like, I'm not too worried about it right now.
Yeah, because essentially what I was going to do is, like, PDFs and stuff, because you can kind of link stuff like that fairly easily. Because I can just upload them to a Discord server that literally has no voice channels, and it's just documents and people can go in and grab them. Like, because that'd be super easy, because then it's just right click on whatever document we put in, copy link, and then put that link.
Yeah, the turtle head is in the
Sure.
Because then it will link straight to that Discord. And considering there'd be no...
We might even decide at the end that we did such a better job later on that we want to start over with Canto 1.
Potentially.
Well, for a few of them until we catch up to when we get good.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. Although with all the other projects we have on the back burner and other stuff that we wanted to do, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not in a hurry. Like, to me, yeah.
Oh, no, but I mean, we have so many others that we have already enlisted, like Demonarchia, going through doing the City of God Against the Pagans, doing Mark Twain. We have listed a lot of these things. I'd have to go grab the list. I think we're up to like 20 books that we've named that we want to do.
Sure.
But I haven't listed somewhere. Beer back.
Jax has had a look at it. Conclusive, it is cool.
That's the thing with science, you know, you get results from your experiments, it is what it is. Speaking of science, I've got a glass bottle up here. I'd love to see if that could survive.
You know what, Stanford? There's only one way to find out. Send it down.
This is an interesting one. This one I wouldn't like to guess for you. Honestly, if I, yeah, you wouldn't really. I'm going to say it's going to work. Right. What are you going to say? Toughy. I don't wish this decision on anyone. Survive. Woo! One of us will be right. One of us will be wrong. Shout out to last night's restaurant.
Send it.
We can give it a yeet. A drop. Yeet. 3, 2, 1, away. Survive, my pretty. Your bastard. Sorry. Oh! Sounded good. Surely that's a survive. Wow. It is definitive. Boys, I'm going to continue the drinking theme with a can of Coke.
Now, I definitely want this one to survive on a little part down here, so drop it good.
The big question is, boys, survive or explode?
It pains me to say it, Stanford, but I think we're going to see an explosion. Bronson? What's this for? Can of Coke.
Oh, this is explode for sure. Alright, I'm going survive, and if it does, I get to drink it.
Yeah, fair call, fair call. We'll save it for you.
3, 2, 1, Pokey! Yep, gonna land on the grass. Come on. Oh. next, we've got that funky giant stress ball thing.
Yes, I'm excited to see this. Hopefully we can get a phantom frame of this.
This is actually from VAT-19. This is the same crew that actually made and sent us the giant bouncy ball.
request for you.
You interrupt me. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, what is it? I would like you to try and hit me right here so that you hit the road so that if you get it in the phantom, it'll be insanely cool. Insanely cool is ambitious. But yeah, no, I can aim for the road. So these things pancake like heck and they have a huge tolerance before they burst. Jack's just framed up my shoes. And we're going to see if we can get the all-time slowie of the day if Brett can throw it and hit this spot, which is very slim, but we'll give it a chance. 3, 2, 1. On its way. Oh! Oh! I fell short of the glory, but I reckon it survived.
Oh no! We got some leakage!
Ooh! It's a 99% survive. There is a little bit of leakage, but mostly intact.
Okay, Longfellow's in there.
Nice.
Oh no!
Like, I can see certain patterns in the Longfellow where, because of the way
Oh,
he
he's
does,
not. Hold on, I've got a mistake somehow. Still in there.
Up next,
82. Okay, I'll just delete. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
believe it or not, I have a water
what I
bird.
was saying is, I see certain patterns in Longfellow where it seems like instead of rhyming the end of words, he was putting certain phonetic points in the middle of the lines because it seems like he was trying to have it written more for the equivalent of like dramatic reading as opposed to literary reading, because it's the way it reads, it's almost like you're supposed to imagine somebody speaking it, even though it is incredibly cumbersome to speak, if that makes sense. And therefore,
Yeah, and just it's also a pretty old translation. Like I'd love to have Musa in here, but he's still under copyright.
we can do it. I just didn't have access to it quickly.
But hold on, let's see. Who is Dorothy Spears under copyright?
She should be.
Yeah, she's still under copyright. But I guess she. I don't know why she appears in all these free stuff when.
Because so many people have recreated her works constantly that essentially her, unless it is a one-to-one copyright rip-off, there's little anybody can do about it. The same thing with John Chiardi and a few others. They're used so much it's hard to keep anything under wraps, so to speak. But very back, I'm gonna throw some stuff in the fridge.
Ridden by Rexy, stuntman extraordinaire. Brett Isaac, what's up next? Bicycle! Bike time, let's go! Rexy as well? Rexy's favourite movie is Hot Rod, so he was very quick to volunteer for this. Tyres are flat, but we'll give him one last go. Oh, but... Sorry, buddy. Oh, my Rex! Oh, sorry, buddy. I really didn't think that order through. Right! Yeah, boy, nice ride! The train's falling off.
Yeah, breakfast again.
What did the peanut butter say to the gecko?
Interesting. It still keeps coming up extra.
Yeah, there's either an extra tercet in the Longfellow or there's one missing in the original. Oh, there's one missing in the original. It starts at 4. For some reason. Alright, so I'll go back. And I'll just find that original.
Listen to it. Oh, I think that's rideable. I'm having a go. Oh, get off. I want to ride. No, you got that camera. This thing looks pristine. Side, eh? The bell's kind of busted. Well, he's sitting on Rex. Go, boy. I'll give you a push. Yeah, it's locking up.
Yeah, the bat wheel
wheels locked up.
The last thing before we get into the big bouncies is a 360 camera.
Stanford, I've got an idea. 360 gets strapped onto the rubber band ball.
Righto.
If it lands with the 360 camera on the top, it could get launched, and if it lands on the bottom, it could get annihilated.
We're willing to take that risk.
It does have a protective case on it, so maybe it'll be fine. This rubber band ball is 44 kilograms. This is close to 100. You may have seen the video where we dropped this from this dam before. The reason we're dropping it again, not only is to do this spin cylinder, but also to see if we can get the exact spot that this is going to land, so we can get the phantom on it. So, let's do this, boys.
There we go, boys!
44 kilogram fucking rubber band ball.
Here it comes.
Wow.
Whoa.
This is massive.
Whoa! You're not gonna believe what that hit. It hit the flipping GoPro. Did it?
It's A-okay!
Well, it's a 360. Did the ball land on it, you reckon?
Well, the 360 completely forgot about it.
When the ball's here.
Okay. That should do it. Yep, that does it.
Stacks, but that's cool.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's meant to have a dome there. It's only a 180.
That's good.
Oh, well, it was a good idea, Gaunson. Good idea. The big moment has arrived, folks. The world's largest bouncy ball.
We wanted to do this for like 7 years, but we had no idea how to do it until VAT19 told us they built one. It's 220 pounds, which is a bit annoying because we use kilograms, but it's very heavy. It's made of this silly putty stuff. It's got lots of
He just said it's 220 pounds, which is annoying because we use kilograms. That's 100 kilograms, precisely. You could have just said 100 kilos.
Not quite.
But it arrived at our office just
2.2 kilo, or
yeah, there's a little extra.
a kilogram is 2.2 pounds.
I thought it was 2.25.
What's gonna happen is the ball gonna survive. Heckin' high.
Let me check the definition.
448 grams to a pound, 1,000 kilograms.
Let's go 22 meters.
I'm calling 40 meters.
It's okay. 2.204623.
Yeah, I was about to say,
approximately.
I knew it wasn't exact.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to
So
say.
it's okay. So 220 pounds would be just the tiniest bit under. 99.79 kilograms. You may as well round that to 100. But you're right. I said precisely, and I was wrong. So.
Yeah, because that's the other thing is like, I knew it wasn't exact because I'm like, wait a minute, no, because we have 448 grams in a pound, and that's just like, that doesn't equate out to an even split. Nah, that's it. The other guys that I honestly think don't get nearly enough credit.
Pretty close.
I know they're super like high end, like 15 million, but like most people who watch this do not actually realize like the level of like complexity that goes into some of the shit they're doing.
Hello there, my name's Gavin. Welcome to that.
Yeah, like they're not only just doing slow motion to like show people stuff in like crazy slow-mo. They're also attempting to give people a perspective that outside of like engineering you would never in a million years see. And outside of like an applied physics background, you would never even contemplate. So like, and they do it on everything from electronics, which you would not normally think of in this way, to, you know, raindrops, to, you know, ballistics, to gas flow over, you know, hydrodynamic surfaces, so on and so forth. And they go into it in ways that, like, most others, like, even in the scientific field, don't, because their whole focus is this secondary world of slow motion. Hence why these guys have actually achieved at certain points of their video in history, they were actually able to achieve greater slow-mo than like people in like high-end labs were able to at certain points, because they were able to try things that people in labs weren't willing to try. You know, like cutting the aperture rate down so that you're only getting a couple of pixels and trying to catch a bullet in just those pixels, so that you can then follow the cracking glass behind those few pixels that the bullet's traveling through, so that you can try and show the difference between the speed of a bullet and the speed of the sound of glass, or speed of sound in glass, which is like 32,000 fucking feet per second or some wild shit like that. It's insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculously fast. Like, I remember that was probably one of their highest frame rate videos for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, now they're going into like multiple layers here. So they're showing how a CRT works, in the fact that it line scans top to bottom, but also juxtaposing in the NES with nothing moved. There is no moving cell. There is no blurred frame within this kind of like animation style and graphics. All of that blurring and effective motion is completely created in our mind, because all we're seeing are a series of static images that are perfect. No distortion every single time, yet we add the distortion because of the motion, or perceived motion. Yeah, they're at this is 6 years ago. They hit the highest frame rate they've ever shot for this video, and it's at just under 500,000 frames a second.
Yeah, and I know they've gone over 1 million since then.
They're over 17 million or something like that now.
Oh,
like
wow. Okay, I didn't realize it was that high.
Yeah, I mean, like, this one right here is 1.7 million, and that's a year ago. Hold on, let me find their most recent high one, because they've gotten some insane speeds now. Where is it? There was one they were doing where they 2 million. There's this one. There was another one they did that I thought they did faster. Nah, this is their fastest. 2 million, so not 18 million, but still ridiculous. Yeah, this one they're trying to deflect a bullet with an explosion. Oh wait, no, here they go. 5 million frames a second. Catching an explosion in water. Here you go. Let's just go to that, because we don't need to see all these. Because they're doing armor penetrating stuff, which is cool, but not the same. Where's the water? Yeah, okay, there's that. So, 94,000 frames.
like a
million
meteor hit the
frames.
planet. It looks like that's what would happen if a meteor hit the ocean. And it's so interesting how none of the brightness translates underwater at this explosion. You can sort of see the jet in its like grayed out, darkened state, but what you're really seeing is that reflection of the shockwave. Yeah, and then it just quickly asserts itself and annihilates the tube.
Well, you can't be disappointed with that.
Oh, of course not.
That was some great footage.
Oh, come on, explosions, blowing through things, really
It's
high
not 5
speeds.
million
I
frames.
really didn't know
Light
what to
fix.
expect from
Where
most
is
of
it?
those.
Well, considering...
Oh, jeez, look at... That's going to be so interesting. This is so cool.
At that speed, it treats metal like liquid.
Yeah.
Most likely, the 5 million is going to be like close to the very end. I imagine.
Because that was the last one there, and then they just
Oh.
sit there and talk.
You just like seeing it.
Huh. Weird.
Oh wait,
Feels lost and known in
On Prime
yeah, they have a Prime Video.
Timing. I'll do a little bit more maths with the team and we'll nudge it back a little bit more.
Alright.
You want base.com, use the code SLOW, actually see the explosion.
Oh yeah, you can see the propagation through the actual explosive itself.
Look at that too, it's a completely different shape. It's much less spherical than the 100 grams.
That's amazing.
So over here I'm aiming so we can see the target. The bullet, if it is being affected, isn't being affected on camera, so let's see what happens here.
Nicole, what's all
Oh,
this
shockwave.
What's all this stuff here?
I think it's just sparks from the C4. There it is.
Oh yeah, it's like a fast-moving spark.
You have to pick it out from amongst the sparks, but it's definitely there.
Again, it doesn't seem to have been affected at all.
Just rushing out of the explosion.
Blown away. Not unlike the bullet.
Look at it. It's there so much later than those sparks, and then it catches up to them.
I guess it must just have so much like energy still behind it. Is it going to go in the target on camera? Oh, it just went in.
Right as it blew.
Is the
shockwave.
target moving because of the explosion before the bullet even gets there?
That's why our shots are all over this target. Shockwave blowing the target out of the way.
Yeah, unless we make the target out of immovable, solid, like metal, it's going to get
paper.
Yeah, what fools?
I think it's under the zero.
You think it's this?
Yeah.
Because our previous effort was here.
I think, if anything, the C4 made the bullet really accurate.
It's made it more accurate.
Okay, so we hit it with 200. The bullet was pretty much right below, slightly ahead of the explosive. We're going to go back to 100 now.
But yeah, this time we've moved the plate slightly further back again, so hopefully we'll get a bit more time under pressure from the explosion and the bullet will be a bit further this side.
So it might start before the bullet's even...
Yeah.
That might give us our best chance.
Yeah, I think so.
If this doesn't do it, nothing will.
Nothing will.
That we're going to do.
Yeah. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
All right, so it sounds like we have a
Yeah.
lightning storm coming in, so that is potentially our final attempt.
Yeah, lightning and explosives don't mix very well.
If the timing was the same and it didn't deviate, I just don't think it's going to do it.
Yeah, I think we've got our answer if it didn't deviate.
To capture all the bright detail at the beginning of the C4 explosion, I've stopped the lens all the way down on this shot.
Oh, good luck finding the bullet.
And this is at 100,000 frames a second.
Oh, wow, you can see the detail there.
It looks like the first 0.01 second of Oppenheimer. And the bullet is right beneath it. The timing.
You couldn't be more on.
That is... That is an insane... Like, even though the bullet is so small, because we want to see the explosion, that is a bullet sat directly under the first microsecond of an explosion from C4.
That is pretty cool.
As a moment in time, that is absolutely insane.
Yeah, that happened and we captured it there. We've essentially blown up a bullet there. I thought that it would be, at that point, if we nailed it with C4, in the ground.
Yeah.
You know?
God, a million frames a second. The temporal difference between those two is insane. The bullet's barely moving.
To be honest, that is definitive. It's back down here again.
So it's lower, but it's not any lower than just the random pattern we've been getting throughout the day with the wind.
It's not a considerable amount lower that I would be like, yeah, explosions, deflect bullets.
Peel up the thing just so we can see the sand and see the true impacts.
Yeah, so you can see here.
All of them just in there.
It's a pretty tight grouping.
That's a tight grouping.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that if I was shooting from 25 yards.
Myth that no one was asking about? Busted.
Hey, everyone! Yeah, cheers, guys. I think that's
just
our
the
answer.
insanity.
You know what?
of
Even though it didn't happen,
getting,
I still
getting
love the footage.
this to
Or at
be
least not.
your job, to where
Right.
you're
I'm
using
Dan. I'm Dan. We're
hundreds
the
of
Slimo guys. This
thousands
video
of dollars
sponsored
worth of
by
camera
Amazon
equipment to
shopping
do
app.
crazy
You've just
shit
joined us
like
having a
this.
cheeky game of pool.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you do? You know what's a bit weird? What? There's no one else playing pool. I was just
so,
about to say that.
Next
I had
week
thought
when
that.
we get into
I
like,
don't understand it.
I'll
You'll break, I think. Okay.
make
yeah.
the image line up so
I've
that,
got a
that
mean
we're
break
not
though.
doing this, and
Be
we'll have
prepared
your
for a lot of
document
things
for
to go
so
in.
that we're always lining up on the same
Okay.
numbers.
Oh,
as
two
well
went
as,
in,
like,
one went off.
visually.
Yeah, the one that went in was actually the cue ball, but we'll.
So like that.
I've got a little bit of the Musa
well, not bad,
transition
but
in there
still,
too
there's
now,
still a lot of balls here.
Nice.
I think we can do better.
if you want to compare.
I think so too. Yeah. You know, actually, there's a thing in pool where if you hit the cue ball into another ball that you're hitting, into another ball that you're hitting, and that goes in, it's called a cannon. I see where you're going with it.
Decide if I'm crazy for thinking.
Pop this in a cannon?
He doth use too much art. Longfellow.
Bit far.
I mean,
it's a mission, isn't it?
for his time, he was subdued. So I mean, I'll take it. Compared to his contemporaries, he's definitely not the worst.
I'll be honest, I imagine it bigger. Well, he's got to fire a